bugging out. Something words, something, bugging out. So close to beating, I write, I hate, it's words, right? Why is it not updated? Oh, I didn't change the category. Oops. Let me do that real quick. That's funny. I was like, no case shall remain unsolved? That's not right. So close to meeting, so close to something, yeah. No way. It's bugging out. Something. Bugging out. The answer doesn't matter. No, I hate. It's words that I don't remember. Now, something words, something. Okay. My fans are going crazy, and I think I know why. More something, yeah. Something, yeah. Watch that through the street. No way, it's bugging. I'm gonna find the lyrics for this. It still didn't update. Wander, lost among this lonely paranoia. Cutting? Cut my heart and make it only paranoia. Trying to leave it frozen by my thinking. More words that repeat. Sadly, wallowing in pity. I just changed the key. Oh yeah. It's bugging out. Tag your talents now. More hallowed feelings hollowed out. Hard to bear. Wait, what is it? Hard to bear the. Wait, no. What? How does that? Wait, I'm just looking at the words. How does it go? Hard to bear the pain of. Wait, no. It's okay. Hard to bear the pain, not okay. No way now. Interesting. I'm missing something, because I have an extra syllable in there. Because it's and that's the I don't know. Something. Now, watch all my feelings fall to paranoia. I try to speak up, but we keep on spinning in place. Now, watch me, I'm doomed to fall and will never get back up. I'm surely stuck on sinking. No way. It's bugging out. So close to meaning feelings. I rate, I hate. It's bugging out. The answer doesn't matter. I hate. I think that he changed right there too. A Bug's Life. What? Spinning around, snap, crack, warning. Wait, this isn't working for me. Spin on the count of 3, going crazy. What? Snap, crack, warning. Yeah, this isn't really working. Spin like a key instead. Endless hurting, you said. Squeezing. Wait, what? Oh no, the second just squeeze. Squeeze me tight and say I'm needed. Paranoia. Praise me, who's the one to speak it? It's the one that watches A Bug's Life. Bugging out. Lagging, runtime lagging now. Logging every shout like the one other thing that Reki wrote. Bugging, paranoia. Now watch all my feelings fall to paranoia. No matter where I go, I'm left here spinning alone. Oh no, brain's about to break. I'm crazy no matter what I say. I'm drunk and lost in darkness. Hey Pika Pika Boo. Hey Punkaboo, it's not seasonal time yet. What? Now watch all my punkaboos fall to paranoia. I try to speak up, but the pumpkin spice still in place. Now watch me, it's not time for the pumpkin spice right yet. Forever freezing feelings, no way, no way, no way. It's a bug's life, a bug's life. The stinging from the bees, I ache, I hate. It's a bug's life, bug's life. Disaster is the answer, allergic to bees. Today. No way, 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 no way. Do 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 Okay. I think that's enough vamping. Oh, I was thinking about this. You know what? I heard about this. This was a thing, apparently. I'm gonna do this because it's funny. Today's a stream where I'm gonna press this. That's not what I was expecting. That's not what I was expecting. What is this? What button even is this? Whoa. Wait, why is there nothing here? Wait, hold on. Is it this? Oh. I know what I remember what my keybinds are, for sure. Let me move myself over here and make myself big. I definitely am gonna remember to make myself small again later on, and so I definitely won't be in the middle of whatever it is that we are doing later on. What even is this? Is that this? Wow. Yeah, so apparently there's a thing that people do, and I guess I've seen it before, but apparently there's a thing that people do where they just sit here and they vamp for time on their streams. Like, apparently people will just, like, start streams and go to just chatting, and they'll just, like, sit here and vamp for, like, an hour or, like, 30 minutes. I didn't know that. I mean, I guess I kind of figured. It's kind of a thing that I've seen happen with other streamers. I just didn't know that, like, people really, like, did this much. Apparently it's a lot more, like, common than I thought it was. So that's kind of interesting. I really don't know. I did find some other interesting things out, just like casually, off stream. That apparently Twitch has like all sorts of funky things they do with the algorithm based on your stream time. So they recommend that you stream for at least 4 hours because you get a stream boost, apparently, like in your discovery thing at 4 hours. And then you get like another one like every 2 hours beyond that. So that's interesting. I didn't know that. But also, I guess I just saw something about, like, just chatting, and I'm like, I'm gonna vamp for time. Unfortunately, for me and everybody else involved, as I look over in OBS trying to do some stuff, there really isn't a whole lot for me to vamp for time about, Like, I don't really have a lot to vamp about. What can I talk about? I don't know. Well, I can talk about what we're gonna do. Innovative idea. Hello, Grotto. I am gonna talk about what I am going to be doing, and that is in a while when I decide that I'm not gonna keep vamping. I have a tier list. I have tier maker up, and I've got a list here. It's up until 4.5. It's all of the Genshin characters, but I was looking at it, and it's only the playable characters plus Arlecchino, which I guess works for 4.5. I'm as good as ranking Genshin characters for their climbing moaning sounds. I actually haven't heard that many of them. Just because I hate exploration in this game, and I rarely ever climb anymore. So, anytime I would have heard that would have been a long time ago. I mainly just don't explore. Or when I do, I go, I'm just gonna use a bunch of abilities to try and get as high as I can before I start climbing. But yeah, actually, I don't remember the last time I, like, climbed in Genshin. I guess maybe I didn't even do it that much during Fontaine. I definitely didn't do it a lot in Chenyu Vale because of the exploration things. But my usual party for exploration is Ayaka, Sayu, Kazuha, and Yelan, because Ayaka, Sayu, and Yelan help me move around. Kazuha gives Animo Resonance, and then his skill lets me like get a little bit of extra height in the air. But if I'm ever climbing, I usually like bust out the full thing, and I just bring out Zhongli and Venti, and then I use Zhongli's pillar. Then I use Venti's skill on top of the pillar, and then I use Kazuha to jump, and I'm like, oh wow, cool. So yeah. I feel like they also toned down some of the sounds dependent on character. I don't know. Or maybe it's just because I never used them. Like, I feel like I hear Fischl's a lot, even though I don't use her a lot. I just feel like every time I climb with her, it goes off. I've heard Kazuha's a lot, but that's just because I climb with him. Because I usually start off my climbs by using his skill to get some extra height. And then I just don't really use a lot of characters in the overworld. Yeah, no, I really don't. It's usually just a bunch of characters I used to run around with, and if I do climb, it's with Kazuha, because he has the skill. Has it really changed? Maybe it has changed. I know that they nerfed, and I say nerfed, they nerfed Lisa back like years ago in the English dub, because it used to be bad. I think that was when they might have just changed the rate for all of them, but I know Lisa's was like super bad, and it would go off like every like 5 seconds, and it was just like horrific. I didn't know beyond that. They also, I believe also, it only triggers based on you actually physically climbing. I don't think it goes off of you jumping. And because, like, when you press spacebar to, like, do the leaps, and because I mainly do the leaps, I think that's also why I don't hear them. Because I'm never climbing, I'm just, like, mashing spacebar to get to the top as fast as possible. So, maybe that's it, too. No, but I was just gonna. I have a tier list, and it's got all the characters up until 4.5, including Arlecchino, but it's only the playable characters. I was looking to see if it had any other characters, and I couldn't find any other good tier list that had other characters. There is one that had a bunch of the characters, plus the Fatui, like the Harbingers. But I don't think that was updated to 4.5, so I think it was missing some of the Fontaine characters. And then most of them were all just like copy pastes of like the playable characters. So I went in, and there were a couple of characters I wanted to specifically have, so I added those in. I just grabbed some pictures. I don't think they're the same size. It's gonna be peak parasocial relationship content. It will be. Yeah, so I have some extra characters in here that just weren't included. I don't think the pictures are the same size, because these are using like the generic headshots that they have for all the characters. So they're not all the same size, but it's kind of whatever. I don't really care. And then I wasn't going to add in, there were a bunch of characters I could have added in, but I just really didn't feel like tracking down pictures for all the characters. Like, none of the Yaksha are in here, for example, and I don't think any of the Adeptus are here either. I think Yao Yao is in here, because it should be updated to her being added to the game. But, like, Madam Ping isn't in here. I don't think Cloud Retanger's in here as what's-her-face, but, like, Mooncarver isn't here, Summit Shaper, or whatever. They're not here. There's no Yaksha, like I mentioned, like no Bosacius or anything like that. None of the knights are in here as well. Alice isn't here, although we don't have any pictures for Alice. But like Huffman and well, we don't have a thing for Varka either. Like Huffman's not in here. I think most of the characters, they got pretty good later on about having important characters just be playable characters. I'm trying to think if there's anybody from Fontaine that isn't a playable character that's important. And I can't really think of anybody. I mean, Melus and Silver aren't in here, but they're like the only Oh, Clorand isn't in here, I don't think, because it's a playable character. We also know nothing about Clorand, basically, so that kind of makes sense for this video. But Clorand isn't in there, just because she's not in the game yet. And I think that's it. I'm pretty sure the triplets are in here. Risley's in here. Neuvillette and Farina are in here, Navia's in here. So I think it really is just Clorand who's not in here. I don't recall there being anybody else important. And then as for Inazuma, pretty much all of the other important characters that aren't listed here are all characters from a long time ago that are dead. Like the Kitsune lady and the Oni lady and like the people in Raiden's trailer. They're not in here because we don't have like pictures for them. They're not playable characters. And I think the rest of the characters from Inazuma are just like random side characters. Tepe's not in here, and Ryu's not in here, but I can't really think of anybody else who's really relevant in Inazuma besides those two. I would have said Scaramouche, but he's actually in here now as a playable character. Oh, I guess we've seen Dotor, but he's not in here either. But we also don't know that much about him. I don't know how much. I mean, we saw a bit of him in the manhwa, but I don't know how much they're gonna keep around for that because, like, it's all canonical, but there are some differences, I guess. Not everything is exactly 1-to-1. I feel like he was characterized differently in the manhwa. He also looked much different, so there's that. And then I didn't choose the one. I was wondering what the Fatui one meant. It just meant the Harbingers, and I'm not going to do the Harbingers because outside, actually, I don't think Zenora is in here either, which I think is funny. But we really don't know that much about any of the Harbingers. We know, like, a tiny snippet about Capitano, and then some vague allusions in his, like, artifact lore. But really, the only two we really know anything about are Child and Scaramouche. We really don't know anything about Senora except for the Crimson Witch stuff. And I think that's it. Oh, Aloy's in here too, which is funny. I know nothing about Horizon, so she's gonna go wherever. My internet just said bye-bye. Oh no. I'm hoping that... I'm looking at the character list. I'm not the most knowledgeable person about some of these characters. I'm going through them. Most of the Mondstadt characters, like Jean and Lisa and Amber and Noelle and Barbara and Sucrose and Fischl and Mona and Kaya and D-Luke, like, I know a decent bit about them. Especially thanks to the events, I was reminded of some more information about Amber. And then I know a little bit of trivia about Ningguang and Beidou. And some stuff about Kaching. But, like, I'm not super... I haven't done Baiju's story quest. I don't know if that does anything about Chi-Chi. I really don't know that much about Chi-Chi. Most of my characterization of Albedo is from events. Buzzcut. Oh no. You just got really short hair. Wait. I gotta find a great picture. You're gonna have to tell me if it looks like this or not. I'm gonna have to... I'm gonna have to find... Here it is. This is I think is one of my favorite pictures of this man. Wait, hold on. Add image. Yep. Browse. Okay, that was much smaller than I thought it was going to be. I was worried it was going to, like, fill up the entire screen. I should also use this for something. But no, this is one of my favorite pictures of Kid Rock. His, like, 90s hair. There's another one where he's just got his hair, like, straight up, but I think this picture is so funny. If I had this, I'd be glad. Oh no. I really like how goofy it is. You know what he kind of looks like? It's kind of like Phineas and Ferb hair. Okay, the image is too tall. I can't really zoom in and have it fill up the entire screen. We'll just leave this here. Okay. But now, he's got a very tall forehead. He does have a lot of forehead, doesn't he? It's very noticeable. But yeah, like I don't know much about Albedo, honestly. Most of our characterization of Albedo is from the Chalk Prince and or not was it the Chalk Prince? The 1.2, no, Unreconciled Stars and Shadows Admit Snowstorms. Like pretty much all of our information about Albedo has been from 2 limited time events that don't exist anymore. So that's fun. I never played Unreconciled Stars, so the only thing I know about Albedo from that is him talking about how one day he might be evil. He said, one day I might decide to become evil. And then Shadows Admit Snowstorms was Among Us, the event. And then Xinyan, we don't know. Xinyan, who is she? What does she do? Who knows? They put her in events randomly and then don't do anything. Hello, Kaido. Hello, Kaido. I'm vamping for time. I have everything set up. I'm just waiting. I heard that just doing nothing and sitting on a screen and talking is good for the analytics, so that's what we're doing. Been a while. Hope you've been well. I have been well. Oh, I was just gonna start playing music. I'm listening to Luna by Onius, One Us, whatever it is, because Dawn was talking about it. I was going through a VOD, and Dawn mentioned the song, and I was like, oh, I should go listen to that. Switch to something else. Let me move this over to a different window. I can't move it. I can't. There we go. There we go. But yeah, I'm just talking about some of the characters and how I really don't know a lot about a lot of these characters, so this will be fun. Like, for example, Hu Tao is in here, and I'll be honest, I know nothing about Hu Tao. I know absolutely nothing about Hu Tao. I did her story quest like 2 years ago, and she got done dirty. The English, Verena Knickerbocker got done dirty with the rap because they just made it just so bad. Like, the pacing was just not good. I know nobody. Online AI is just people waiting for user interaction. Oh no. Live service. That is honestly not that surprising, you know? Outsource that work. But like, I don't know anything about Hu Tao. She manages the funeral parlor, and she is friends with Shang Ling and Xing Cho and Chang Yun, and yeah, I don't know. Amazon store pays later feature works. Oh, interesting. And like Rosaria, the only thing I know about Rosaria is that she likes ice baths. Oh, that's Eula, but Rosaria likes the snow, and Varka discovered her when they took down like a group of bandits, and he like was like, hey child, I'm gonna bring you back to Mondstadt, and she was brought to the church, and she kind of just like exists. Oh, I know that Ganyu's got a thing where like she's like, Xiao, help me, and Xiao's like, what do you need, Ganyu? Come on, this is the 3rd time this week. So that makes them one of my favorite ships. I think that's fun. Just Ganyu being like, Xiao, help! And Xiao being like, what do you need? And she's like, I don't know, I can't find my keys. And he's like... Yeah, most of the characters that I know things about are... It's either from... They are flagship characters, they're just always in events. Case in point, Ayaka, Yoimiya, like, they're always in things. Same thing with Child, just like always in things. So I know stuff about them. Or characters like Yanfei. I know about Yanfei just because I like Yanfei. I got Stockholm Syndromed into liking Yanfei, and she has a couple funny character things in her bio. There's one where she talks about how Eula saved her at Dorman Port, and Eula talks about that. But there's another part in one of her character things, like Character Info 4 or something, where it talks about how one day Yanfei was in Liyue and the Traveler came across her, and the Traveler was just like, oh hey, I didn't expect to see you here. And then Yanfei, they had a little conversation, then they parted ways. And then that night, Yanfei was like awake in bed, being like, wait a second. The Traveler said he didn't expect to see me, or in my case, she didn't expect to see me here. But that would have meant that they would have expected me to see me somewhere, but just not in this particular Location. What could it mean? And it said that she was tossing and turning all night trying to figure out what that meant. And I always thought that was really funny. Because it's just like a random thing that never is brought up again. It's not relevant. I can't remember what I ate yesterday. How do I remember all this? Oh, because I've read Yanfei's character backstory, like her character info thing, like 20 times. Like, there are some of these characters where, like, I just know. Like, Eula and Yanfei's thing, I have read their things so many times. The other things are just things I know just because I remember trivia stuff, like Barbara being Jean's younger sister, and the whole thing with how Barbara is Barbara Pegg because their father is Seamus Pegg, and their mother, I don't believe, was ever given a first name, but she's a daughter of the Gunhilder clan. And so Jean being Jean Gunhilder comes from her mother. And then Barbara being Barbara Pegg comes from her father, Seamus. Seamus was an adventurer who settled down in Mondstadt and married their mother. But then when they were younger, maybe when Barbara was, I want to say somewhere between like 5 to 7 maybe, they got divorced and they ended up living apart. And so Jean stayed with her mother and Barbara went with her father. And that's why she's Barbara Pegg and she's Jean Gunhilder. And it's revealed in Jean's alternate costume that Jean's father, Seamus, kept Jean's mother's old Knight's uniform, the Dandelion Knights thing. So her Dandelion Knights outfit, the alternate outfit that she has, that's not the summer one, was originally her mother's. And Barbara brings it over when she's visiting one time and says, "Oh, I found this thing. I've forgotten it all." She's like, "Hey, Jean, I found this thing, this box of clothes, but I don't remember them ever being yours." And their mother is there, and she's like, "Oh, that's mine. That silly man. He never got rid of them, did he? Even after all this time, he still kept them." And they had like a family get together where they all were like happy together. They all got together, and it was like, you know what? It's been like 6 to 10 years, you know, since the divorce, and we like stopped talking to each other. But you know, maybe we can like not hate each other. And some of the stuff is just like random things in the events. Like, I know Xinyan had a whole event in the Golden Apple Archipelago, and I'm sorry, Xinyan, I don't remember anything about it other than the fact that she originally is from the countryside, and then her basic profile that she likes rock music and she's trying to get more people in Leeway to like rock music. I do remember the Amy Mona stuff, like the Fischl Mona stuff, because I like Fischl and Mona. Fischl, obviously, her real name being Amy, and the fact that both her parents were always working so much, so she was pretty much just left at home the entire time. And that's where she read The Boar Princess? The Boar Princess? No, whatever the thing that the Prinzessin de Imanakdreik something, whatever. I, Fischl, and the Prinzessin de Vertelung, or whatever, I don't know. Whatever the book is. And, one day, Oz suddenly appeared, and I'll have to double check this at some point, so don't take my word on this, but I think it's vaguely implied that Fischl, used to, like, cut herself. I think it's... No. It definitely is. It's implied in one of her characters... Not implied. It's alluded to, because it's not implied. But it's alluded to in one of her character stories that Fischl used to cut herself. And, eventually she got Oz when she got her vision, and that was, like, her first, like, friend. And then she joined the Adventurers Guild. And she's become quite a respected adventurer, although some of the other members of the guild have a hard time understanding what she's saying. Oh, and one time, I think it was Meatloaf, Fischl invited Mona over for dinner one time, and Mona had like meatloaf at her house or something like that. And then later in the Golden Apple Archipelago, Fischl finds out that Mona's actually not like super poor, she just never has any money because she has no like inhibitions on spending. She can't save money to save her life, she just always spends it the second she gets it. And Fischl's like, "Wait a second, I thought you were poor." And Mona's like, "No, I'm not poor, I just don't have any money." Me. She's like, I got that Zhongli syndrome. And official's like, who's that? What? What? Zhongli? Can't save money at all. The money, it's here, and then it's no longer here. Yeah, but Mona's like, hey, no, I'm not poor. I just can't budget. So that was pretty funny. Oh, here's something that I have not... It was too big brain for me at the time. Kaya's father, I think it's his father. I don't know how this timeline works, but Kaya's father is like part of the Abyss. Like, what's his name? Albrecht or whatever his name is. His dad's like part of the Abyss, like something. And because he was in Caribert, he was in that Sumeru interlude quest. It was like a whole thing, and I was just like, wait, this is supposed to happen like hundreds of years ago. How can? What? It's got to be a different Albrecht. I assume it's just the same family name. But like, that's the whole thing with Kaya. Kai's father. So baffled. Your dad's part of the Abyss? That's crazy. But no, that's the whole thing with Kaya, because he's Kaya Albrecht. He's his father, I believe, or at least some part of his family, his paternal family, is involved with the Abyss. Oh, there's D-Luke and his father, Cletus Ragvenider. I mean, what? I'll be honest. I don't actually know what his actual name is. Do I have that picture? I honestly, and you hate to see it. I know somewhere Dawn is just something isn't right. Dawn can just tell that something isn't right somewhere in this world. Conrad, more like Con Chad. What is this picture? Oh, that's just a picture of him. I don't know why I named it that. The name Conrad, more like Con Chad, really threw me off. That's Conrad. That's he's Celica's brother from Fire Emblem Echo Shadows of Valentia. Oh, I do have one called Chalumi. This is a really funny one. I like this a lot. I'm gonna zoom it in so you can see. About the Damselette. The Fatui ranking is based on strength, huh? So since I beat number 8, the Fair Lady, that'd put my strength above 8th, right? Wait, what number was Child again? Ah, right, the bottom, yeah, lol. Shut up, I'm only letting you laugh about this once. One of my favorite comics. She's just like, wait a second. I like Chalumi. Chalumi is one of my favorite ships. I think it's so much fun. I really like fandom Chalumi. Where is it? What is this Grand Dripfon? Oh, I know what that is. It's Grand Sandalfon, but he's wearing the Supreme jacket. Do I not have it in here? I thought for sure I had a thing in here called Cletus Ragvenider. Do I not? Oh, I know what it is. It's probably like one of these. Yeah, it's probably one of these that I never named. That's annoying. Anyway, D-Luke's father is named something, and I don't know what it is, but I always call him Cletus Ragvenider. And, what is it? Cletus Ragvenider. What is his name? It's something Ragvinder. And, I just always call him Cletus because it's funny. But he was the former owner of Dawn Winery, obviously. He was killed by the Fatui, sort of, in a way. He had a Fatui delusion that he used, and actually D-Luke used it as well. It produced purple flames. D-Luke used it for a while in the early days of him masquerading as the Dark Knight hero. That was actually when Kaya and Amber met Kale, when Dotor was in Mondstadt, and they rescued Kale. I think Kale originally had also had a delusion at one point. They were kind of trying to use her as, I guess, like some sort of like human weapon in a way, of just like letting her use the delusion and then go all crazy. That was back when Elazar was still a thing, and then Nahida got rid of it after the end of the Sumeru Archon quest. but it's just stuff like that. We're given a lot more of it about the Mondstadt characters just because we have more information about them, because the manhwa focuses on Mondstadt and doesn't talk about Liyue, and then like Inazuma and Sumeru and stuff didn't exist yet. But that's how we get stuff about Vanessa, and it's how we get stuff about the Ludi Harpastrum and the origin of like the Windbloom Festival and stuff like that. You know so much. Yeah, there was a time when I was like, I want to learn about Genshin lore, and now Genshin lore has just gotten too complicated for me. But yeah, and then we're gonna get down to Inazuma, and I'm not gonna know anything about these characters. Anyway, have I vamped for enough time? All I know is that Genshin is a thing. That's about it. I think I've vamped for enough time, in the sense that I don't really know anything more that I can talk about. Are there other things that I can talk about? I could talk about I'm moving myself over in preparation for this. Yeah, I do have new redeems. Oh, and keeping with the tradition, I'm gonna hope that both of these work. I have something funny set up. I have something funny set up that I hope is gonna work. There we go. Oh no, it's not working. It's all weird. Wait, hold on. My funny joke is ruined. There we go. There we go. So here's the tier list. I've got your Soap Hoggers, Babe, and then S through D, because those are just the normal ones. I'm gonna rank these based off... I'm gonna base these off of a wide variety of factors. I'm gonna keep the music on, but I'm gonna be basing these off of how much I know about the character, and I don't know everything about all these characters, so we'll deal with that. But it's gonna be based off of how much I think I would like this character in any capacity in the real world. The Travelers, Lumina and Ether, have their own personality, and personally, I don't know what those personalities are, because they've been gradually shifting. They used to be a lot more like, can you help me find my insert whatever, like my sibling? And now they're just kind of like, alright, what do you need me to do? Okay, yep, I got it, yeah, I'll be back soon. So, we're gonna leave them here. As for Jean, I know that it's vaguely just S through D, which I think is really funny because it doesn't make any sense in the context of what we're doing. This is an S rank person. I'm gonna do D is gonna be I don't know about this character, I guess. No, well, I don't know. It's just gonna be vaguely like, obviously your Soap Hoggers, Babe, is gonna be the highest rank of I like this character, and then obviously just the rest of the ranks. Let's go through. I don't know where to put Jean. I'm not gonna put the Travelers. Jean's nice. She seems nice enough. She's got a bit of a work problem. She's a bit of a workaholic, but she's a nice lady. She was nice enough to us at the start of the game. She is kind of awkward in some ways. She seems like a good, like, pseudo caretaker for Klee. There's a bunch of stuff in her character stories about how she wants to reconnect with Barbara and spend more time together, but she just feels it's kind of awkward whenever they meet each other. And for a while, Barbara also felt that way about Jean. It was just kind of like awkward of like, oh yeah, hey, you're like my sister and you live with like my divorced like mom or my divorced dad, and like they kind of hate each other. Yeah, and we like haven't seen each other. We like grew up separately. That's kind of weird. But like, you know, like you're part of the Knights and I'm like part of the church, and we like, you know, just kind of awkward. Yeah, I will put Jean A tier. I think that's a pretty good one. Lisa, I'll be honest, I don't think I would like Lisa in real life. She's very laid back and kind of, I'm trying to think of a good word for it. Like, she's kind of playful, I guess. She likes teasing people. But she also likes getting out of work, and like, if she can, she'll avoid work at all possible. I'm also gonna have to think about, like, there are different layers of this. Like, some of these characters I would like more or less depending on how much I interact with them. And I would have to say that, I think Lisa can be a solid, like, B or C character, in the sense of, like, I think I would be okay with this person when we occasionally, like, are in the same place, but not, like, always in contact with each other. So for that reason, I'm going to put Lisa in... Also, I feel like she could really get on my nerves sometimes. So I'm gonna put her in C. She'd be okay if I like wasn't always around. But like, if we were in the same place, or like, you know, we occasionally come across the same place, or maybe like work at the same place or go wherever, like, you know, friend of a friend kind of like thing, I think that'd be okay. Actually, if it was like work at the same place, like coworkers thing, I think I'd have to put her lower down, because I think her trying to get out of every single possible work would be a nightmare at a job. But you know what? She does have a pretty good handle on people. She is a nice person. She taught Razor how to read and write, and I don't know if she ever helped him with his vision, but she taught Razor how to read and write, and she often has tea time with Jean and Eula when Eula comes by to have tea with Jean. Tea with Jean. Amber, on the other hand, I'm putting Amber in A tier. Amber would be an S tier, but I feel like sometimes Amber's just she's too much. I like Amber, I think she's a fun character, but she's very energetic, and she's very upbeat, and she can be a little absent-minded, and I just feel like she's a little too, like, yeah, let's go do stuff for me. I feel like I could be friends with Amber, but spending continual time with Amber would not be good for me. Sounds exhausting? Yeah. Noelle. Noelle's also very nice, although you could probably say that she's too nice. She's nice to a fault. She's very self-deprecating, and she's a real people pleaser. She always wants to help people, and to some extent she helps people too much, and much like Jean, how she just works too much and pushes herself past her limits. Although she does kind of have her moments in her hangout. She's like, I don't know what these questions mean, when you're trying to help her study for the night's exam. Noelle seems nice. It would just be, for me, how nice she would be. I feel like it'd be a little burdensome, if she was like too nice, because her whole thing is she wants to be like, she's the perfect maid and wants to be the perfect knight, always helping people and everything like that, and I feel like that could get a little annoying to a certain extent. So I'm gonna put her beneath Jean, because I think they're very similar in their flaws, but Jean has a better handling because she's older than Noelle, and Jean, I feel like, to a certain extent, has I don't think she's necessarily any better at saying no than Noelle, but she's certainly, I think, more capable of realizing her limits. Or at least, she's capable of realizing Noelle's limits. As for Barbara, I don't know, Barbara also is a case of, and this is one thing I don't like about Genshin, some of the characters get very, like, samey when you think about them, and it's just, like, specific details that are different. Barbara's also a really nice character. She's one of I think she's a deaconess, actually, at the church. She also does, like, a double gig as a singer and performer in Mondstadt. She's, like, Mondstadt's first idol that I think in the lore, Alice found like a magazine, potentially from our world or from the world of like Honkai Impact, where it's like an idol magazine, and she showed it to Barbara at one point or something, and then Barbara was like, I'm gonna become an idol, and she was like, yay, and that's like her whole thing. There's also pre and post change Barbara and her characterization. They replaced like all of her voice lines, and so she sounds a lot like sadder than she used to, or she's a lot less teehee than she used to be. She does volunteer a lot, and in her hangout, it mainly revolves around her, surprise, surprise, like doing too much volunteer work and being very tired and not having enough time for herself. Wow, that's 3 characters already that do that. Shocker. Shocker. There's gonna be at least 2 more characters like that. But I don't know. I'm kind of tempted to put Barbara with Lisa. Although I feel like if I do that, I should probably move Noelle down as well. No, but we have like, I do not want to interact with these people. Well, Barbara will float somewhere in between here. We'll put her at the front of here. Sucrose. I'll be honest, I don't think, well, a lot less teehee, yes, a lot less teehee. Okay, I'm gonna put Sucrose up here. One, because, Sucrose is like, well, according to my research, I think that this would be the best course of, and I don't know, I just feel like Sucrose would be someone who I could be like, yeah, I can chill with Sucrose. Like, we can just, like, chill and vibe. She's not gonna say anything, and I can just, like, exist there, and we can just vibe. So we're gonna put Sucrose in S tier. I'm tempted to rank Fischl highly as well. I just think her Chuny talk would be way too annoying for me. I like the thing. I think it's funny. I think Fischl's a fun character, and I especially like her English voicing. I think Brittany Cox does a really good job with her lines, and she is a very compelling character. She is fortunate enough to be one of the 4 stars that actually has a lot of character story and like screen time, so we know a lot about her. But I think I don't know if I could deal with her. For I, Fischl, am the Prinzessin der Verirrtelung. She's like, what else does she say? I don't know, but like, I just feel like I couldn't deal. I just feel like I couldn't necessarily deal with her Chuny talk, so I'm gonna put her here with Noelle. I also feel like to a certain extent there are a lot of characters that I could be like, I could chill with this person if we were in a group. Like if they were acquaintances, friends of a friend kind of thing. Or like I was with them with other people. It also depends too, like when Fischl's not doing her act, she's a lot more just like a normal person, and by normal person, I mean she's like a pretty normal person like in the real world. Also, she very much so, like when she's not being Fischl, even when she's being Fischl, I think she's a pretty normal character. She's like what, like 14 or something like that? And I feel like she really does act like a 14-year-old girl sometimes. She's just like, ha ha ha, I'm having fun. And then she's like chilling with Razor and Bennett and stuff like that. And they're just having fun, you know, like playing TCG or whatever. And I feel like that's like a real, like, she's just existing. She's vibing. So, yeah, she's kind of like a Disney princess. She does have an animal that she talks to, so she's getting closer. She maybe needs a couple more. She's got a magic power, so she's getting there. Be back shortly? Right. Nice. As for Mona, I think Mona's funny. I don't think I'd like Mona in real life though. I feel like Mona would be too... I feel like she would just be too much. I like her portrayal. Felicia Angel does a really good job, but she's so condescending sometimes. She's not like condescending, she's just got like a very haughty air to her. I don't think I can rate her in the same thing as Amber and Jean, but I can put her at the front of B rank. As for Kaya, I don't know about Kaya. Kaya's got the same thing where he's kind of playful and he likes having some fun with people. He likes having his mystery about him. He's a very fun character in the story. But I can definitely vibe with Paimon being annoyed at him sometimes for just like not explaining things clearly or for leading us around in circles, which would be kind of annoying. It's also hard for some of these characters because they portray specific things that would like just not be something that you would do with like a friend or something like that. Like there's specific characters that act in very specific ways because of the way they act and just their personalities. Kaya's always kind of mysterious and he's very professional and kind of ambivalent about a lot of things. And so I feel like that makes it hard to grasp how much I would like him in real life because I'm basing this solely off of how he interacts with the Traveler. And as far as I'm aware, there haven't been any particular times when he's ever had any particular moments with the Traveler to really get a handle on his personality. Most of his big lore stuff about the Abyss is without him present. Actually, wasn't he with Al-Haytham? Didn't we see him with Al-Haytham? Am I mistaken? Wasn't he in Sumeru at one point? Wasn't he with Sumeru talking with Al-Haytham when we were with Dainsley for Carrybert? Was that something we saw? I feel like I remember Kaya being in Sumeru investigating something. I'm gonna have to put Kaya in here just because, like, I don't know enough about him. As for D-Luke, I don't know about D-Luke. Once again, I feel like he hasn't ever been given a whole lot of personal characterization, and like a lot of it's about like really harping on his like wine guild and like the Dark Knight hero, and I feel like there really wasn't a lot given to him. He was pretty cool in the manhwa because it was kind of nice to see him when he was younger in a very different like personality. He was really like rash and reckless because when he was younger, and he was a lot angrier. He's kind of mellowed out now, but he's still got his hate for the Abyss, and that kind of also answered like his whole thing with why he doesn't like the Knights. But I don't know, I just feel like Diluc's kind of impersonal, and I personally would not like to like interact with him in real life. But once again, I think it'd be nice, like, I think I would be like, oh look, there's D-Luke or whatever, but like I wouldn't go out of my way to like hang out with D-Luke. As for Razor, I don't know, Razor's kind of hard. You're gonna find out I'm gonna not like a lot of these characters, or at least I wouldn't like interacting with them in real life. Nobody's putting down in D tier yet. As for Razor, I'll put him above Kaya and D-Luke. Just like, I don't know, I'm not a huge Razor fan. He's nice, and I really like his dynamic, like the whole like Barbara Fischl, Bennett, Razor dynamic, like the four of them. Like Barbara and Bennett, like, actually when you think about it, it's Bennett at the center of this. Barbara healing Bennett, Fischl and Bennett working together in the guild, and then like Bennett and Razor being friends. I am gonna put Bennett, I'm gonna put him up here. I'm gonna put him ahead of everybody in B tier. I like Bennett. I think he'd be pretty fun to hang out with. And even with the bad luck, but I am gonna put him down in B because of the bad luck. Although, he seems like a pretty fun guy to be around. A lot of things you could get into, a lot of all sorts of different like adventures or whatever. Although I'd be curious to see how his bad luck would manifest in like the modern world. And be like, what? So, like, does he? I don't even know how that would work, because it's always like bad luck, but not like, it varies between like being really bad luck and just like bad luck. Because you've got like him thinking that he caused an avalanche in Shadows Amid Snowstorms, bad luck, versus the Traveler going treasure hunting with him and the Traveler only finding potatoes, although Bennett normally finds nothing, so they kind of balance out. So there's that. Ningguang, I'll be honest, I know she was given characterization in her character quest, like the character quest where you have to plan her schedule and everything like that. I just don't like Ningguang. Once again, I like Diluc. I feel like she's so not overly professional, but she's just so professional, and we really don't see a lot outside of her. I know that there's a lot of fun like characterization given to her in her character hangout, where you can choose to completely derail her schedule and instead just have a day spending fun, like spend the day having fun. You get some memories of her like selling shells and everything like that. But I'm not the biggest fan of Ningguang, so I'll put her in, I think I'll put her below Razor, and I think I actually would put Razor above Lisa. No, I think I'll keep Lisa here. As for Beidou, I think Beidou's a fun person. I'll put her at the front of C tier. Not because I dislike Beidou necessarily. Maybe I'll put her at the bottom of B. Not because I dislike Beidou, but I think Beidou would be fun to be around sometimes, just not on a regular basis. I think Beidou would be the perfect, like, I think she's the poster child for this, like, supposed friend of a friend tier. I think that would be great. Oh, we have Kaching, who also works a lot, so maybe 6 characters that overwork themselves. Although Kaching, I don't know if she really overworks herself. She's just very professional and very work-driven. Now, the real question is, are we going off of, like, the contemporary characterization of Kaching, or, like, including the event stuff, where she's a little different? I think I would have to put Kaching solidly in C, just because as much as I like Kaylee Mills, and as much as I like Kaching, she is a little, like, naggy sometimes, and I feel like that could get kind of annoying of her being really, like always, like, in work mode, sort of. So I will put her here. I'm gonna probably reorganize all these tiers eventually too at the end. Next we have Xiangling. Xiangling, of course, the famous coffee pasta. I try to use Hu Tao, Diluc, Yoimiya, whoever, Linny. My Xiangling gives more damage. Something, I don't know. I pull Engulfing Lightning. I don't need this much ER. I fish for her or whatever, give her the catch, blah 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 blah. Guova, get them. Blah blah blah. Yeah. Xiangling's kind of weird. Like, she is not necessarily, okay, no, she's not weird. She's a real chef. She's a real chef. And she puts some weird things in her food. I think Xiangling, I think she can chill in B tier. I think I'd be okay with spending time with Xiangling. I'm real tempted to put these two in A tier though, I'll be honest. I might put Chongyun in A tier. I'll be honest, I know zero about Chongyun. I know that he's got, I'm just gonna call it the Heavenly Yang body. That's probably not, they've never called it that. I'm gonna call it the Heavenly Yang body, where he's just got way too much Yang energy, and that's why he needs all the popsicles, and he's never been able to exercise his spirit because they all run away from him because he's too powerful. But I'm gonna put Chongyun in A tier because that hangout quest was poggers, and I could definitely, like, chill with Chongyun. The ghost thing, I think I'd be a little bit more, like, in real life, I'd be like, all right, buddy. But in the context of him like having a Heavenly Yang body with like the whole thing, I think I definitely could chill with Chongyun. I'm really tempted to put Sing Cho in here too. I just think that sometimes I feel like he's a little grating. But I think he's also a fun character. He likes reading books and stuff like that, which I think would be fun. Specifically the types of books he reads. You know, good old like Muram guy, you know. He reads a lot of light novels. I could get down with that. But I think I'm gonna put him in B. I'm not gonna organize these for now. Next we have Chi-Chi. I'm putting Chi-Chi here. Sorry, Chi-Chi, I just wouldn't be friends with you. Like, nothing personal, I just, like, personally would not be friends with you. I don't know that much about you. Yeah. Same thing with Klee. No. No. Next we have Venti. I'm gonna put Venti... I don't know, Venti, I feel like also... He kind of varies, because he's been in the story so much, so he's all over the place. He's shown a great variety of personalities. Let's think. He's been very ambivalent. He's also helped us before. He's got a real, like, well, technically, about him. I think I'm gonna put him in C tier. I think his... Well, I guess it depends, right? Like, not getting a straight answer out of him might be annoying, but if I don't need information about him, I think it'd be fine. But I think the pranks, same thing with Lisa, I think would just kind of potentially get old, so I think he is great in, like, the acquaintance... Although this was, like, acquaintance category. But, like... I guess this would be, like, encountering, and this is, like, friend of a friend, I guess? Or somewhere in between, or maybe this is friend of a friend and this is a transient category in between. But I think Venti being here is good. And then we've got Child. And I guess we have to consider you have work Child and you have not work Child. Like you have Child when you have like 9 to 5 Child, and then you have Child who's just clocked out. And I feel like I don't know, because work Child definitely seems kind of annoying, you know? He's like, I will do my thing for the job, and he's kind of gung-ho about like fighting and whatever, but I think I'm gonna put him... I don't know, because most of the characterization of Child is either him being a harbinger or it's him like personal child with the Traveler, which are two very different characters, and there's not really any in between. There really isn't like a, oh, you also know of the Traveler kind of thing that we've seen with him. He was pretty poggers though in Fontaine, and he just showed up and was like, I've been fighting a whale. I'm gonna put him in... I just don't know if I can put him in the same tier with Bennett. And like... Actually, you know what? We have Mona here. I think I can totally put him here. Next we have Diona. Diona also hasn't given that much characterization. She hates drinking, because Draft's always drunk, and she's got magic powers that make it so whatever she tries to mix, it always turns out tasting amazing, because she has the Spring Fairy's blessing. But honestly, I don't think I'd like Diona that much, and I think that's more of just like, she's not given a lot of characterization besides, I don't like alcohol. Even if, like, we know why, we're just not really given much beyond that. So that's kind of unfortunate. I'm gonna put Zhongli here, just because I don't know, I'm not a huge fan of him as, like, a person. within the context of Genshin, he's fun. I like him in Genshin. I think his relationships with the other characters are good. But as a person, like personally interacting with him, I don't think I would like him that much. Xinyan. See, here's the hard thing, because I almost want to like bump her down some tiers just because she always talks like this. And it's just so... I don't know why they even make her do this. I guess it's just how they localize the accents. Although, I don't know. Wasn't there a whole thing about how she don't have an... I don't know. But I think I can put Xinyan in here. In like the bottom of the transient tier. Because I feel like I could vibe with Xinyan existing. Maybe not like all the time with her, like not spending all like extensive amounts of time with her like Xiangling does. But I could definitely vibe with Xinyan. Next we have Albedo. And I'm tempted to put Albedo in the same thing here just for the same reason there's like Zhongli, but you also have Mona up here, so I feel like I'd have to put him somewhere in between there. Albedo seems like a nice guy, but he's kind of weird. But that's just because he's a homunculus. And he's always shown... His characterization is just this really like... I see. He's always cool and analytical. I'll put him... Yeah, I'll put him here. I feel like he could be hard to talk to. Now we have Ganyu. Miss, I have to get all this work done. I have to make sure it's done right. I won't delegate this off to my secretaries. Our overworking character number 4, I think we're at this point. Yes. Yes? Number 4? Mambo number 4? No, we have Barbara, Bababa, Jean, and Noelle. And then anybody else? No. So this is character number 4. Bababa. Oh, I guess I kind of counted Kaching, so like 4.5. Bababa. I kind of want to bump Barbara up just because I like Bababa. I like calling her Babs. I think and I like the name Barbara. Bababa. Ikuyo? I think it's fun. So I'm half tempted to raise Barbara up now, but I'm not going to do that. As for Ganyu, she's a very... She's timid, and she's very focused on making sure that her work goes well. And I don't know, this is like part of her characterization, but for some reason she almost, to me, she seems kind of like a really, 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 really watered down, like hippie vegan. In the barest, loosest sense possible. And I'm just basing that off of like, she's a goat, she eats Qilin. Qilin? No, she is a Qilin. She eats Qingshin, and her voice line, she's like, when you lie on the ground, you can hear the heartbeat of the world. But we are gonna put her... We're gonna put her at the front of B tier because I just remembered that she likes sleeping. I just remembered that, although I think that's just because she's so tired from overworking. But we're gonna put her here. Next we have Xiao. Lament. Evil conquering. I'll put Xiao in B tier. I think Xiao's the perfect kind of like... I always like when he's the... Actually, you know what? Maybe I'll put him in C tier. Not that I dislike Xiao, but I just feel like he's real good. I don't have him. I don't know a lot about his character besides what's given to us in the quests. But I do feel like Xiao would be a good like friend of a friend or like acquaintance kind of person. Next we have Hu Tao. And I'm tempted to put her here as well. Just because she's got her haha funny like jokes and everything like that, and you can tell, I feel like to some extent, if it's a continuous thing, like some of these characters have it as a continuous part of their personality, and I feel like that would start to get kind of annoying. So, oh no, the illusion has been ruined. So we won't put Hu Tao here, because I need to keep the illusion going. I don't know. Hmm. I got the perfect thing. If you can't tell, something is not quite as it seems. And that's up for you to figure out. So we're gonna put Hu Tao here. And, yeah, let's put Hu Tao here. And then we got Rosaria. I think Rosaria should also... I'm gonna put Rosaria in C as well. I think for a similar reason to Xiao, just like, you know what? I think I'd be okay with, like, Rosaria... Excuse me, like... existing. Of, like, I think I'd get along decently. As, like, oh look, there's Rosaria. Or, like, in a professional setting. But, like, personally, I wouldn't be, like, always spending time with Rosaria. So, I feel like that's a pretty fair assessment of her. Next we have Yen Fei, and as much as I want to put Yen Fei being super poggers, it would really just come down to, like, her being so, like, litigious. She's very, like, rational. But just because she's Yen Fei, I'm gonna put her up in B tier. Next we have Eula. And I'm gonna put Eula in A tier. And no real reason, just because I like Eula. And I'm not gonna put her in S tier, and I'm not gonna put her in You're So Poggers. But yeah, next we have Kazuha. I'm gonna put Kazuha in B tier, just because. And this is just because, I put him up here. I just personally don't like him enough to put him in A tier. I like Kazuha. I don't like him that much. I don't like him... Oops, that's not right. How did that happen? I don't like him enough to put him in A tier with Chongyun and Amber and Eula and Jean. I think he's fun, but I think I would get annoyed by his poetry thing. Aside from that, I think he'd be a nice enough character. He's very chill. His poetry thing I think would start to annoy me. As for Ayaka, we're getting into Inazuma. Well, Canon Ayaka is a very nice person. She's very nice, and I can't put her in A tier. I don't think I could put... I'm having to separate Ayaka from, like, fandom Ayaka and special version program Ayaka, because those are all different Ayakas. And I'm not gonna do the the special program stuff, because that's the VAs having fun with stuff. You know what? I think I will put Ayaka in A tier. She seems nice. Next we have Yoimiya. Yoimiya is going into S tier. You might be wondering, wait a second, Neon, what's the difference between Yoimiya and Amber? I just like Yoimiya more. You might be thinking to yourself, wait a second, she's also a bubbly, energetic, go-getter, pyro archer girl. And you would be correct. You would be correct in thinking that. But I like Yoimiya. I like her. Have you ever raised goldfish as pets? They're very cute. I like Yoimiya, and it's totally Jenny Yokobori carrying this character. I also love Diesel, also voiced by Jenny Yokobori. But yeah, that's 100% what's happening here. Sayu, I'm gonna put Sayu in B tier. I could totally chill with Sayu, just like, yeah, let's not do anything. I could get around that. Next, I'm gonna rate Raiden as A. I'm gonna rate her as A and not the Shogun. And for that, I'm also gonna put her in B tier. Because, actually, I'll just put her here. I'm also gonna put A in B tier because she's like a little like nerd. She's like a little neat, and I think that's really funny. And I think that she's just like, yes, I love sweets and reading light novels and like manga and stuff. And I'm like, I could get about that, but I'm not gonna put her in A tier just because she's kind of stilted sometimes, and I feel like it'd be kind of awkward sometimes. But yeah, I also want to rank Sara highly just because I like her as a character. I think she's funny. The almighty Narukami Ogusho, God of Thunder. And we are actually given a lot of stuff for Sara. There's like super hyper-focused work Sara, who's like, I will succeed in my mission. And there's also Sara, who's like, I'm having a fun time, chillin'. So I'm gonna put Sara in B tier as well. Then we have Kokomi. I'm gonna put Kokomi in B tier as well. I hate Kokomi's characterization. I hate the Inazuma story quest. I think it was bad. I think it was awful. I don't think it was written well in any way, shape, or form. And I don't think Kokomi was written well either in the way that she was presented. But I'm gonna still put her in B tier as a person that I would interact with in real life because she does have her whole, like, I just don't like talking to people, it drains me. But aside from that, she's pretty chill. And I think Kokomi would be great if just, like, we are vibing. I still don't like how she was written. Next we have Aloy. Aloy's going in D tier because I literally know nothing about Horizon. Toma's going in... He's a strong contender for S tier, I'll be honest. He's a very strong contender for S tier. I'm gonna put him in S tier. I think that sometimes he might be a little bit too helpful, like Noelle. But I'm putting him in S tier because he seems like he helps just enough. He might be a little nosy sometimes, or like a little bit like, I'm gonna help, and what do you need me to do, or whatever. But he also can just be like, aight, peace, I'm out. And so that's why he's going in S tier. Plus, the man has like every single possible domestic skill possible. Like, you would never have to deal with any problems if he was there. Like, mans can cook, he can clean, he can sew, he can knit, he can hang out with cats. What can't he do? Plumbing, I guess. So that's pretty poggers. And then we have Ito. Ito solidly goes into the bottom of A tier. I am gonna reorganize these. He solidly goes into the bottom of A tier. Whatever it's gonna be, he's gonna be at the bottom because I like him just enough to not put him in B tier, but I wouldn't want to spend like a ton of time with him. But he seems like a fun person to hang out with, even if he gets into, he's kind of goofy and gets into a lot of problems. He still seems like a fun person to hang out with. I don't always like him in events, but I think, yeah, I'd like him in real life. We have Goro. I'll be honest, I'm not a huge fan of Goro. But I think I could put Goro solidly in C tier. I'm not gonna organize these. Then we have Shenhe. I just don't have any strong opinions on Goro, so I'm gonna put him in C tier. Shenhe, huh? I think I'm gonna have to put Shenhe in C tier as well. Although I guess it depends, because she's got some nice interactions with Chongyun. But I think I'm still gonna put her in C tier. I just think I'd have a hard time getting along with Shenhe. As for Yunjin, I've done her hangout. I think I'm gonna put her in C tier as well. And I think I'll reorganize these into, I might move everybody up one space to You're So Poggers, Babe. I might move everybody else except for these characters up, and then reorganize things at the end of a difference between like friend of a friend and like regular thing, like difference. Like we have tiers of interaction, especially tiers of like degrees of separation, I guess. Tiers of the degree of separation of interaction. Next we have Yai, and I'm sorry Kawa, but I'm gonna have to put Yai in C tier. I'm gonna have to put her in C. I can't put Lisa in C and put Yai higher than her for the reasons I put Lisa in C. Like I can't have the reasons of why I put Lisa in C tier and then put Yai higher than that. So, sorry. Next, this one is for B. I'm also gonna have to put Ayato in C tier. This whole list will probably get changed when I move everybody up by one, but for the same reason, not the same reason as Yai, but I don't know. I don't think I could deal with Ayato. I don't think I could. Although all of his non-Inazuma stuff has been pretty good. So, I don't know. And then I also have to consider... You know what? I think I am going to move everybody up one, because I think Yai would be great as like a friend of a friend. And I think I could also bump Ayato up a tier if there was one more gap between B and C. I think if everybody from B up got moved up, so S got put into Poggers and everything else shuffled up, I think I could move some of the people in C into B. So I think I'll do that at the end. Next we have Yelan. I don't think I could get along with Yelan. I'm gonna put her in C tier. She just seems, for some reason, is like Kaya, and I guess to a lesser extent Ayato and Inazuma, of just being like too professional and withdrawn to really like get along with. As for Kuki, I'm gonna put Kuki in A tier because I enjoy her just as much as I enjoy Ito, so it's only right that I put her in A tier along with Ito. And because I said Ito would be the bottom of A, I am gonna move them around. Next we have Heizo. I thought Heizo's hangout was really good. It was one of my favorites. I did think it was funny doing his hangout and then getting the subsequent daily commissions for that same case of being like, wait, I already know everything though because I did Heizo's hangout. I thought that was very funny. I kind of spoiled myself for that. But that was really fun. I liked his characterization in there. Although there was one where you were just kind of like doing whatever. It was the other half of the hangout that was the actual investigation of the case. This is starting to turn relative. And I'm trying to ignore the voice actors as much as possible. I know I didn't do that for Yoimiya, but I'm trying to ignore the voice actors as much as possible and really go off of just the character, although maybe I should consider the voice actors. I'm just thinking because the voice actors are a very big factor for me with Tignari, just because of how different they all sound in the different languages. And so I'm trying to decide whether or not I want that to be a factor in how much I like a character. Heizo, huh? I'm gonna put Heizo at the top of C, and maybe at the bottom of B when we move all the ranks up. Now for Tignari, this is gonna be interesting, because if we're going based off of his personality and then his characterization in the KR voiceover, he's easily a B or an A. But if we go off of other voices, if we go over the other voiceovers, I think his rank drops a little bit. So I think we're also, I don't know, Tignari's kind of all over the place too. And I think that's a lot of delivery. And I think I'm gonna put him in B tier because, and I might shift his as well later on, because there's a real difference in how he was characterized throughout the different languages. Even with like all the same personality stuff, I feel like there are subtle differences in how he acts. And with, since we've been given like more stuff with like Sino and like El Hatham and Kavi, just like other Sumeru characters, I feel like that easily boosts his rankings. I really didn't like him in his initial introduction. I thought he was really annoying, but seeing him like outside of a professional setting and really seeing more of his character has made me like him more. Next we have Kale. I'll ensure your safety. Balanamba, go! Whatever she says. Okay, we're skipping the song. We're not gonna do the haha funny song. Kale, huh? I think I'm gonna have to put Kale here. I might move her when I merge these as well, but I'm just putting her here in this like similar sense of Barbara. I don't know that much about Kale, to be honest. Most of my knowledge is like previous knowledge about Kale, like old Kale. But she seems like a nice enough person. I could maybe move some of them up some more. She did have some pretty fun interactions when she was with Sucrose, Eula, and Amber. That was pretty funny. Next we have Dory. I don't like Dory that much. I don't want to... I'm debating whether or not I want to put Dory in D or not. I don't like Dory that much. I don't like her character. I don't like how she's been like portrayed in the story. I'm just not a big fan of Dory. I think she's a decent enough unit. I think she's real fun. If you want to run like Nahida and Kazuha in a Kaching team, you can run Dory instead of Fischl for healing and the energy generation if you're not going to use Yao Yao. Although I think you still probably should use Yao Yao. But I think she has a place there. I think she's definitely a useful character. She has a very specific thing of being like a solid like healer, like a one-tap healer that restores energy. So I think she's a good character in terms of kit. But as for personality-wise, I think I'm gonna have to put her in D, and you might be noticing a trend in the D column. That's coincidence. That's just how Hoyo makes their characters. Next we have Sino. I think Sino, I'm gonna have to put him wherever it's gonna be. It's gonna be, if I move the tiers up, I think he's gonna be one tier below Tignari. Although the dad jokes are pretty fun. They are pretty, I think that depending on how it'd be, I think I might very quickly end up with a scenario with Tignari being like, don't enable him. Next we have Candace. I know nothing about Candace. So she's, I actually don't know where to put her. I could put her in here because that's Nilo. I don't really know anything about Candace. I know she's from that one village and like she knows Dia. But like I don't know anything about Candace. So she's going in D tier because I know nothing about her. Nilu's ha 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 generic waifu. So I could put her in A tier, but I'm gonna put her in B tier. Just put her here. She's a nice person, but she also is kind of like no thoughts head empty sometimes. And she's almost, I don't know, it's really funny every time I put somebody below Yoimiya. It's always funny when I have a character, I'm like, this character's like too happy or whatever. Meanwhile, Yoimiya. I'm gonna put Nahida in A tier. Maybe high B tier. Nahida's a nice character. I like her. I don't know if I'd necessarily be friends with her. But, okay, so I think the thing is, I don't know if I'd be friends with Nahida, but I feel like Nahida would be friends with me. Like, I don't think it'd necessarily be I would get along with Nahida. I think it would be like Nahida would get along with me and then decide that she was my friend. Because she's, out of all the characters, she's really like one of the only, like, I'm just nice. Even though she totally was like, alright, Dotor, let's make a deal. she's definitely like not necessarily sly or cunning, but she's definitely a lot smarter than she lets on, as befitting of the god of wisdom. But then no, Nahida's pretty nice. Layla, where did I put Ganyu? Oh yeah, Layla, she's going. Where did I put Sucrose? Layla's going right here. Layla's going right here because haha sleep. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna put her here in B tier. It's just because she doesn't do anything. Ganyu I think is funny because I put her in B tier because haha sleep. But that's like Layla's whole thing, and I feel like it would just be like, oh look, she's asleep. Next we have Scaramouche, or as I call him, Henry Dillmond. And I'll be honest, I was gonna just put him in D tier. He was gonna go straight here. He was gonna go straight here. But I think I'll put him in C. I think he deserves to be in C. I think that I don't necessarily dislike him, and I might change his as well when I move everybody up at the end. But it's more of just like, I don't have like strong opinions on him because it's like new Scaramouche, right, which is a little different. And I'm not just gonna put him like I don't like him. Although maybe I should. Maybe I just don't like Scaramouche. I'm kind of half tempted to put him there because he is just kind of like nyeh, nyeh, nyeh. So I think I will put him in D tier. He's the first character that I have in D tier for a reason that's not. I just don't. Actually, no. I just don't like Dory. I also put Dory there. Next we have Farazan, Madame Farazan. Most of my enjoyment of Farazan comes out of a comic, a non-canonical comic, which I just think is funny. Also, she's like Genshin's version of Cagliostro. I think I'm gonna put Farazan in C tier. Then we have Alhaitham. See, Alhaitham's tough. I'm half tempted to put him in D tier just because the writing towards the end of Sumeru with him and it was just so atrocious. And his like I'm so big brain thing just felt so stupid and forced. But for that reason, I'll be nice and I'll put him in C tier. It was just so bad. Like that Sumeru thing was just so bad. It was just not good. This row is getting larger and larger. It's getting larger and larger. I can hardly see the things now. Okay, we're gonna have to scroll down. We're gonna have to scroll down. There we go. Okay. So we've got Yao Yao. Yao Yao seems nice enough. I'll put her in B tier. Dia. Now the real question is, am I categorizing this off of Dia or Dunyazar Dia? Because Dia and Dunyazar Dia are two different people. I think I'm gonna put Dia in C tier. And then we have Mika. My lance and crossbow are ready. I'm gonna put him. He's very similar to Sucrose. You know what, actually? Even though he's given horrible characterization in like the actual game, I'm gonna put Mika in B tier based on his character stuff. Because like he's done so dirty by the fact that he just gets like absolutely no like real like actual characterization of his actual character. So we're gonna do this. Then we have Baiju. Baiju's going in D because I know nothing about him. Kave's going in D as well. They're going in D. I'm half tempted to move Al Haytham down to D as well. Kiwawa goes into A tier. Actually, no. Well, no. Kiwawa goes in B tier. Linny, Lynette, and Fremine. I'm gonna have to put them all in C. Sorry, Sino. I don't vibe with any of them. Nouvelette, he's also going in C tier. Risley, I'm putting him in D tier. Sorry, Risley. I just don't like him that much. Although, I will say he has some good interactions with some of the other characters. I just don't like him that much. Farina goes in... No, Farina I think is a good example of... Well, actually no. I feel like put Hu Tao in S tier right now or say Psych. Hello, Tacti. I'll explain these afterwards. But no, this has been my favorite part. I also apologized to... Where was it? I apologized to Kawa for putting Yai in C, and I apologized to Hime for putting Ayato in as well, and I just apologized to Sino for putting Fremine down here in C. I'll explain later. I think for as much as I want to put Farina in B tier, forget Kawa. I think I'm gonna put Farina... Well, no, okay, so normally I would put Farina in C tier. Hu Tao deserves S tier for her raps. I did consider that. I was like, she was done so dirty by that, for the English thing, because they just had horrible timing. I'm very tempted to put Farina in C tier because previously she would be the epitome of a character that I like, a character personality I like in a game and would hate in real life. But I think I'd put her in B tier after the Archon quest and her story quest. Next we have Charlotte. I'm gonna put Charlotte in B tier as well. Well, she'll either be at the bottom of B or the top of C, or near the bottom of one of them or the top of the other. Because as much as I like her, I do feel like her journalism thing could get kind of annoying, so maybe I will bump her down to C. Then we have Navia, Taylor Swift. I'll put Navia in B tier for similar reasons that Yoimiya is in S tier, but I don't like Navia enough to put her in S tier. Then we have Clorand, or Chevreuse, not Clorand. She's going in D tier because I have no idea who is Chevreuse. I have no idea who she is. So we're putting her in D tier because I know nothing about her, which is just the unfortunate truth of the matter. That's really all there is to it. I know nothing about her, and I can't make a decision on her either way. Next we have, you can see here, she does special ops stuff. I know what she does, but I'm talking about her personality. She did have a pretty poggers cutscene, kind of like Fontaine's Rosaria. She had a pretty poggers cutscene in the event. We have, I have no idea, I don't even remember, Cloud Retainer. Who cares what her name was? I don't remember what it was. Cloud Retainer. Cloud Retainer goes solidly in C tier, that we will then change when we move everybody up one tier. Gaming goes into C tier. Toma isn't Pogger's babe. See, here's the thing. Everybody in B tier is gonna get moved up one more. I realized afterwards, as I went on and on, that I was really harsh on where I wanted to put things. Gaming is literally me for real. I'm putting him in C tier just because I find him really grating in the game, and I think his like overly helpful nature would just be really annoying in a way that would be similarly annoying for some of the other characters. He's literally just me. I can see that. And honestly, I probably should bump Noelle down as well. I should probably put her in. He even looks like me. That's great. Are you gonna become a gaming main now? Then we have Chiori. I know nothing about Chiori, so she's going in D tier. I know absolutely nothing about her. I don't know enough about her personality. She's going in D tier. So, sorry, Chiori, D tier. Yep. Yep. I don't know enough about you. You're going in D tier. You think I'm already not? What? Oh. Well, I thought for sure you would remain with Hu Tao. I thought for sure you'd be Hu Tao all the way. I just need to build him. My gaming has been so much fun to build. And then we have Arlecchino. I know nothing about her. And then we have D. C6 gaming is correct apparently. I can believe it. My gaming I think is only C3 or maybe C4, and he is pretty pog. Like, man goes out and he hits like 40k vapes because I give him Rain Slasher. And the most important part is he can use Rain Slasher. Now for the reveal! Now for the reveal! We're gonna redo all of these. We're gonna... Oh, it didn't save my images. Oh no! It didn't save my images. I need to add more images. It took them out. I'm so sad. Why did it take them out? Okay. Okay, now we can do the real thing. We've got a new thing. So we have Dunyazard. She goes into Dunyazard. And then everybody else goes into not Dunyazard. Except for D, who goes into literally D. So everybody else gets removed. And I don't care where they go. But all these people are not Dunyazard. Also not Dunyazard. Still not Dunyazard. And then literally D. And then the rest of these characters, we gotta figure out who everyone else is. So everyone else leaves this. C tier gets deleted. And, it's time to redo the entire tier list. Okay, so we've got Dunyazard. Dunyazard is in Dunyazard because she's Dunyazard. Everybody else is a not Dunyazard, except for Raiden, who's a Mei XP, and Yai, who's a Miko XP, and then we get Noelle, who's a Noelle XP. She's not, I just think it's funny. Then we have Eula, who's a Crony XP. She's not, I just think it's funny. Then we have Yanfei, who's a Polka XP. She's not. And then we have, where did she go? Where's Rosaria? Where did she go? Rosaria, because she's a Suisei XP. And then... Hydrate? I will hydrate. Then we have Farazan, who's a Hatsune Miku XP. And then Navia, who's a Taylor Swift XP. And Tartaglia, who's an Ed Sheeran XP. And, I think that's it. Am I missing any other XPs? Am I missing anybody else? There's no Durandal. There's no Himiko. Is there anybody, like, really glaring that I'm missing that should be in the XP category? I don't think... Oh, the Wendy XP. I don't think I'm missing anybody. There's no Otto. There's no Welt. There's no Teresa. There's no Kiana. There's no Sushang. I think I'm good. But this is our tier list. We have Dunyazard in the Dunyazard tier. And then everybody else in not Dunyazard, also not Dunyazard, still not Dunyazard, redacted XPs, and literally D. Because she's D. She's literally D. That's her name. D. Okay. Now, for the actual tier list that you've all been waiting for, here it is. I had a separate tab open that had a copy of the tier list open, and I was editing that one and using it to cover up the names for the categories to assume the illusion that I was actually moving things. So there's no way... Okay, I can reset? Cool. Did it remove my... Oh, it took away my other... Okay, fine. I'm gonna have to add these back in. This is the real tier list now. I had to add Poggers back. Add your above. You're so Poggers, babe. And let's change this to blue. Okay, so starting in Poggers, we gotta grab whoever comes up first. Yoimiya. Yoimiya goes into Poggers because she's Poggers. Sucrose also goes into Poggers because she's Poggers. And then where's Toma? He also needs to be up here in Poggers. Toma. He goes up here in Poggers. Junior also goes up in Poggers. So does Avgafia. And then Ludochka goes in S tier and Katarina goes in A tier. Then, let's see. Arlecchino goes in D tier because she's not out yet. And Chevreuse, Baiju, Kave, Dory, Diona, Chi-Chi, and Klee all go in D tier for a variety of reasons, such as I don't know enough about the characters, and also I just don't like them. In the case of Dory and somebody else. Who else did I have in D tier? I don't even remember anymore. I had somebody else in D tier just because I didn't like them. I think I had Risley in D tier, but I'm pretty sure there's somebody else. I think I put him in there just because I didn't like him. Oh, Chiori, because I don't know anything about her. So these new ranks, aside from these, what I'm going to be doing is D tier is going to remain, I just don't know about this character. And then what we're going to do now is we have You're So Poggers Babe. And then C tier is going to be, like, occasionally C or, like, professional acquaintance. So all the people, like, in a professional setting. B tier is going to be a transitory category. A tier is going to be, like, acquaintance, like, friend group. Not necessarily, like, just time with that one person. And S tier is going to be friend. And then Poggers Pog. So S tier is going to be like, I think I'd like this person as a friend. A tier is going to be like, I think I would like this person in a group of friends. B tier is going to be a transitory in between A and C. And then C is going to be like, I could exist, like this person would be okay if I was in a professional setting or if I occasionally saw them. Like friend of a friend of a friend. Or a friend of a friend. So with that being said, I'm gonna put Lisa here again. And I'm also gonna put I'm gonna put Yai here. And I'm gonna put Ayato here as well. They're getting moved up from a previous tier. I'm gonna remain having Amber be here in A because I still don't like her enough to be a friend. I think she'd still be too tiring. I know I put Yoimiya in Poggers, that's different, even though it's really not. I think Jean would also be very good. I think actually putting her in the same rank as Amber would be good. Katarina, Ludochka, and... Well, really, Katarina and Ludochka are here for memes. I mean, so are Dunyazard and Agafia. They're both here for memes. But, I think I'd be okay with them in a group... Excuse me, in a group with other people. I'm gonna put Noelle here. Actually, maybe I'll put her at the bottom of A. Barbara, I'll put here. Fischl, I'll also put here. Mona, I'll also put here. Kaya, I'll put here. Diluc, I'll put here. Razor, I'll put here. Bennett, I'll put here. I'll put him at the front, actually. Ningguang, I'll put here. Beidou, I'll put here. Kaching, I'll put here. Xiangling, I'll put here. Chongyun goes up here. Actually, I think he was up here with Poggers. I'll put him in S. Xingqiu goes in A, below Bennett. Venti goes in C. Child goes in B. Zhongli goes in C. Actually, you know what? I just don't like Zhongli. It's not that I don't like him, I just don't think I'd, like, get along with him. I think I would just be too bored by him. I don't know, I just not that big into, like, hearing people talk about history. like he does. I just don't think I don't think we'd vibe together. Xinyan goes into... Honestly, I think I could put Xinyan higher up than she was before. Albedo goes here as well. Ganyu as well. Xiao is in easy. He's like, he's solidly in B. And then, Tacti, make your case for why I shouldn't put Hu Tao in B tier or A tier. Make your case for why she deserves to be in S or in Poggers. And you can't say because of the rap. I won't accept that as a valid answer. As a top 1%, 10%, 5%, a number, a very high number. As someone in a very high percentile ranking of Hu Tao's, let me know why I should put Hu Tao in a high ranking. In the meantime, Rosaria goes into C. Yanfei goes into A. I think in a group she'd be a lot more fun. Eula also goes into A. As a friend group, I think she'd be fine. Kazuha goes into B for the same reason of I like him, but I think his poetry thing would just get too annoying. Ayaka I previously had rated highly. I might put her in... I don't know, well actually, no, think about her interests. I don't think I share that many interests with Ayaka, so I'll put her in A tier as well. Saya Kamishiro? Sayu goes in B tier. The sleeping thing isn't as good of a reason as it was before. That last ranking was kind of a meme. Raiden goes into A tier for the same reason that she's not being bumped up higher, of similar interests, but I just don't think we'd mesh well personality-wise. Kokomi... Kokomi I think would go good in a friend group, and I think Sara will be in B tier. Aloy goes down in D tier because she's Aloy and I know nothing about Horizon. Ito goes up into S. Goro goes into I just don't know. I kind of want to put him here just because I don't know. Shenhe will go here. Yunjin will go here. Yelan will also go here. Kuki will go here, because I have to put her in the same tier as Ito, just like last time. The reasoning goes that, based on how much I like Kuki and how much I like Ito, I can't have them in separate categories, obviously. Heizo goes into C tier. Tignari goes into B tier. Actually, Tignari goes into A, with our new rankings. Kale goes wherever Barbara went. Where did we put Barbara? We put Barbara in B. Kale goes wherever Barbara went. Sino goes into A tier. Candace goes into D, because who knows what Candace does? I don't. Nilu goes into A. Nahida goes into A. Layla goes into... honestly, C. Scaramouche goes into... I kind of want to put him in D, just because I don't like him that much. But his personality is just kind of all over the place. With, like, the whole Irminsul thing. And then he hasn't been in a lot of events since then. And he kind of has this, like, almost, like, 2000s, like, anime guy character. Of, like, he's like almost a male tsundere. Which, I don't know. You know what? He's got real, like, whatever male lead syndrome it's gonna be. Not like second male lead syndrome, but he's got like real, like, I hate the female lead so much, but also I'm gonna marry her. The whole, like, I hate you, but then, like, you can't get hurt kind of thing. So maybe I should do another tier list of what Otome character they would be. Farazan goes into C. Al-Haytham, I just don't like Al-Haytham. Sorry, Alhaitham fans. Sorry, B. I put Alhaitham in D, and I put Ayato in B. But sorry, B. Yeah, seems fun. She definitely had a lot of fun with like the other characters during Lantern, right? Put Dia in B tier because I think it's a good transitory thing of like it depends on whether or not she's with Dunyazard. Mika goes into high A. I almost want to put him in S. Maybe I'll look at, I might put him at the bottom of S. Kiwawa goes into, I actually don't know that much about Kiwawa, but I'm gonna put her in S tier. Thinking about Kiwawa. She seems nice enough. Although the package thing and the cat thing could get kind of annoying. And then I don't like Linny that much, but that's just because I personally don't like his character. So I don't want to put him that far down. There's a difference between like I don't like a character but like respect and like I just don't like a character, which is why Scaramouche and Alhaitham are down here. I'm very neutral about all three of them, the triplets, so I'll put them in B tier. Maybe I'll put them in C. And then Nouvelette, I'm also gonna put in C. Actually, you know what? I'll put him in D. I don't think I'd get along with Nouvelette, actually. And for the same reason, I think I'm actually gonna move down Diluc and... Well, yeah, I think I'm gonna move down Diluc and Kaya. I'm gonna put Wriothesley here as well. I'll put Farina here in A, with new Farina, post-Archon Quest Farina. Charlotte will go into... C? Yeah. Navia... See, I kind of want to put Navia in S. The real thing though for S that I'm qualifying on is as much as I think Navia is a nice person and as fun as I think she is to be around, or would be to be around, I don't think we have enough stuff that we would do to warrant like, I'm friends with Navia and I think I would enjoy being friends with Navia. Because I'm just thinking about like what Navia does and what she likes to do. And I'm just like, I'm not seeing a lot of overlaps on the Venn diagram of things that I would like to do and things I think Navia would like to do. I'm just not seeing a lot of overlap, so I think I'm gonna have to put her in B. Then we have Cloud Retainer, who Cloud Retainer. Then we have Gaming, who I just don't like, but I think he'd be okay occasionally. We'll put him in C. And then we have Hu Tao, and Tacti has not made his case for why I should like Hu Tao. So, I'm gonna make my case for why I'm putting Hu Tao where she is. And that is very similar reasoning to Yai. Although, honestly, with our new rankings, I think I could put Hu Tao in A as part of the friend group. And I'm gonna relabel all of these. That's not how you spell acquaintance. Is that still not how you spell it? Oh, acquaintance. What song is this? Oh, is this an Avril? Yeah, it is an Avril song. I was like, wait a second, this is Avril. Yeah, do we want to go... Also, Katarina and Ludochka being here are memes. They're total memes. I'm gonna put them at the bottom of both of them because they're here for memes. Dunyazard and the Gaffy are the only two NPCs that truly deserve to be in your soap operas, babe. I'm gonna go through and I'm gonna order the rankings, and I might decide to shift things up now. These are gonna be from left to right in the rankings as well. So these will be in order of the rankings. Like in each column, they're gonna be ranked now. And I might change around some of these. I might be able to bump some of these up. Like, for example, I kind of want to move Yanfei up. I could also just make more tiers. But the more I think about it, I'm looking at characters and I'm like, I really can't justify putting some of these characters, like moving them up a rank in friend group. Like, I want to move up Yanfei and Bennett, but I don't think I can justify doing that. I don't think I can justify moving them up. But within this order, I would say at the bottom, okay, you know what? You know what I'll do? I'll move people up to friend, and then friend group will be based on, instead of like in a friend group, these will be based off of people in friend group. So with that in mind, I'll move Yanfei up, I'll move Bennett up, and then I'll also move Kokomi up, and I'll move Sino and Tignari to the front, and then we can probably keep everyone else the same. And then the bottom is obviously going to be Ludochka, or Katarina, this is Ludochka. And then after Sino and Tignari, probably next on the list would be... These actually are probably pretty solid. Then probably Nilo. Then probably Nahida. And then probably Yao Yao. Actually, Yao Yao I think I'm going to put ahead of Amber. Actually, no, I'll put her ahead of Nilo. And then... Is this... Oh no, this is White Noise. Is this the solo version of White Noise? Yeah, okay. I was like, because this one has a different... It's a little bit more produced. Yeah. No, Yao Yao goes here. And then... I would say... Hu Tao goes up. She moves up in the rankings. I kind of want to put Farina up as well. And then... Nahida would be above Nilo. And then... Noelle moves ahead of Jean. I think Jean, honestly, would probably be the bottom. And then... Let's look at the... the friend of a friend. Out of all of them... Probably Kaching at the front. Probably Lisa at the bottom. No, Shenhe at the bottom, probably. And then Gaming would be pretty high up. Yelan would move down. Charlotte would move up. Probably above Heizo. Linny and Lynette would be... Well, Ningguang would probably be lower. I'm gonna put her below Fremine. And then we'll keep... I want to move Venti down as well, and probably Rosaria. Move the triplets up, then move Venti down. I think this is a good ranking. And then all these characters, I'll separate the don't knows versus don't cares. Aloy will be the separator. She'll be the divider. And then... yeah, and these aren't in any particular order, they're just divided at Aloy. I've just like... nothing personal against these characters, I just don't like them. Honestly, I could probably move some more characters down. And I could probably move some more characters around. I think we could move Navia up from Transitory. If we're gonna organize this one, I think Navia would be ahead of everybody else. As for here, the bottom of this would probably be Beto. Potentially even moving her down one. Putting her... here. And then... if we look at here, the top of the transitory ranking, also known as people who could almost be friend group but aren't quite there, honestly, that would probably have to be... that would probably have to be... Child, and then moving Kale over here, and work my way through the middle. Who would be at the bottom? The closest to C. Probably Ganyu, honestly. And then Dia, then probably Sara, and then Dia. And then... how many do I have here? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay. Xiao is going to be right in the middle. It's not going to be right in the middle because we have an even number, but he'll be right in the middle. Albedo, I'm going to move down. Sayu, I'm also going to move down. The closest people to be put into the next highest rank out of all of them... oh no, there is an even number. Wait. Oh yeah, because he's 9th and there are 9 others. Yeah. An odd number would make it so there were 9 before him and 9 after. Yeah, so I think this is a good placement for the transitory ranking. I think this is a good point of where I'm settling. Out of all of these characters, Kiwawa can probably be moved down. I would say the weakest out of all of these placements are probably Yoimiya and Kiwawa. Yeah. And then personally, I'd love to put Yanfei and Eula in You're So Poggers, Babe, but I'm trying to like actually make a real thing here. And as much as I like Yanfei and Eula, I think Yanfei would be too litigious, and she'd be too like... I feel like that could get really in the way, and that's why I'm not putting her in You're So Poggers. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to really stick to canon characterizations, because there's a lot of good, like, fanon Yanfei that works with like her real professional attitude and like everything like that, and really goes into more of like off the job Yanfei. And we get a little bit of that with her character stories about meeting the traveler, but I don't want to use stuff like that, because if there was stuff like that, we'd have very different rankings if I took into account like fan stuff, like fandom versions of characters. These would be radically different rankings. But I'm trying to stick to how they're portrayed in the game, and that's why Yanfei is here. Even putting her up in friend is probably a bit of a stretch. Honestly, her and Bennett, and maybe even Kokomi, and probably Farina, I could probably all move back down one. But, it's kind of hard. I could maybe move Amber up and maybe move somebody else. Honestly, I could probably move Kiwawa down and move Amber up. And I could probably move Farina back down as well. But I'm trying to go off of how they act around the Traveler. If we're gonna just like self-insert into Ether and Lumine, even though they have their own personalities and stuff like that. I'm kind of using that as a basis, just because most of the character interactions and like character behaviors are relative to either the Traveler or other characters. So we can do that. I think this is good though. We still got the meme options of Ludochka and Katarina. Honestly, I like Ludochka a lot more than Katarina. That's why, obviously, Ludochka's in friend and Katarina is in friend group. Although, where's what's her face? Where's the Chasm girl? Where is she? I want her in here. She immediately goes into Poggers. What was her name? I don't even remember what her name was. Chasm girl. She immediately goes into Poggers. But I think this is the thing. I could probably move Kiwawa down. It just depends on where we're gonna move her to. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna move Eula up. I'm gonna move Eula up because I feel like Eula would be a really good, along with, no, yeah, maybe A, but I feel like Eula, out of all the characters in friend group, would be a really good straight man, and you always need a good straight man. You always need somebody to riff off of. You always need somebody to, like, play off of. You need every good friend group needs somebody as a good foil, and that's Eula. So Eula moves up. I would say Eula moves all the way up to below Yao Yao, because she would play a crucial part in her, like, because she makes jokes and she's very serious and everything, and I feel like she's got a good range of being able to have fun with the rest of the group, but also, out of all the characters here, along with like A and Jean, also being there to be like, this is the perfect foil for the goofier characters. So with that in mind as well, I'm also going to move A up. I'm going to move her to a similar rank as, well, no, maybe not. I'm still going to put Nahida above A. And then, yeah. And then let's move Kiwawa down to here. And do we need to move anybody into friend group? I think this is still good here. And then I think these are all good as well. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I'm kind of half tempted to go through everything again, just so I have everything, all my thoughts in one spot for a nice clean part in the VOD for editing. But yeah, I will do that. I'll go over and voice my thoughts for every character, and then see maybe if I have changed my mind, or maybe should move somebody else. So we have Dunyazard and Yurso Poggers Babe because she's Dunyazard. That's the reasoning. We have Agafia here because she's Agafia. We have Toma because he's amazing. He does it all. He has an amazing hangout where we really got to see how great of a character is. And the difference between him and some of the other like helper characters like Noelle and wherever he is gaming is that Toma, to me at least, has that own like self-actualization and like maturity of he can help, and he does a really good job at helping, and he's really good at helping with all sorts of different things, but at the same time he can just be like, you don't need anything right now, I can just peace out and let you do your own thing. He has no problem with just being like, yeah, okay, cool, whatever. And that's something that I feel like Noelle and gaming kind of struggle with, and that's why he's up here and they're not. Then we have Yoimiya, because friends are for now, and fireworks are not forever. What? That's because fireworks are for now, but friends are forever. You're Yoimiya, and she's watching Disney Channel. What? No, I just like Yoimiya. And Jenny Yokobori is doing some heavy lifting for how much I like Yoimiya. I think she's bubbly, and you might be wondering, well, wait a second, but you've put like other similarly bubbly, happy, go-getter characters like Amber and whatnot in a lower rank. And that's purely just because Amber seems like very, haha, yeah, let's go, Outrider Amber, reporting for duty, blah, 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 blah. And I feel like there's a subtle difference between Amber being very encouraging and supportive and being very energetic and wanting to do things, and Yoimiya, who also is energetic and supportive and wanting to do things, but Yoimiya just seems like she has a lot more fun. Not to say that Amber doesn't have fun, but Yoimiya seems just more like, I don't know, the sense of like, I'm just not really feeling it, and she'd be like, okay. And then Sucrose is there just because I think we could just vibe and not do anything. I think it'd be very fun to have Sucrose just be like, she's doing something, I'm just like, interesting. Honestly, I probably could move Sucrose down. I honestly could probably move her all the way down, and this is gonna be really funny. I probably could drop Sucrose all the way down to Transitory. Where would I want to put her? I'll put her above Xiangling, but below Xinyan. And then, honestly, I really do think I could move Chongyun and Kuki up in tier. I know I said I always keep Ito and Chongyun together, or Ito and Kuki together, but I do think I could actually move them up a tier. And I think this is a fairly good ranking within order here. That would change this a bit. I think even though Ito is this high up, I do think I would shift these around a little bit. I think I'd put Yanfei here, and I think I would move Bennett up one, and maybe put Mika at the bottom next to Ladochka. I think this would be a good one. Yanfei, she was previously in friend group, and she was previously lower ranked in friend, but with the removal of Chongyun and Kuki as they went up to Yurso Poggers Babe, I have moved Yanfei up to the top of friend. As I said before, I really like Yanfei, and the biggest thing that was holding her back is I feel like she could get overly litigious, and I feel like that could be annoying. But the more I think about it, she really, as much as it permeates throughout her character, of like work and blah 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 blah, and like the law and order and everything like that, I do feel like she could really let off on some of that. So I am gonna move her up to friend. You gotta remember also, then this is something I wasn't really thinking about, all of her interactions with like, not necessarily with Yao Yao, but like Yao Yao and Madame Ping and everything like that. So that is also something that has moved her up. Ito is Ito, he's fun. Lots of problems that you could probably get into, but I think it'd be fun. I think Ito's a fun person, not to mention TCG, it'd be fun. He plays games, he does beetle battles. There are all sorts of fun things that you could do with Ito. Similar thing with Bennett. Bennett seems just like a really nice person with his bad luck. It's the only thing that's keeping him down a rank the entire time. His bad luck has always brought him down a rank, just because, like, to me, I'm kind of like, but, like, do I like Bennett that much? Not really. I still like him a lot, though. A similar reason to Ito, I feel like you could get into a lot of fun adventures, have a lot of fun times with Bennett doing all sorts of interesting things. Kokomi has shifted all over the place. She's ended up here just because, to me, I feel like she's just a more likable version of Sucrose in the context of whether or not I would like them in real life. I feel like while there isn't the biggest overlap in shared interests, there are enough, and I feel like Kokomi is a personable enough person to deal with on a more one-on-one level. As much as she dislikes large socialization. Farina is up here as well, and that's purely because of the Archon quest, like post-Archon quest, and her character quest and her subsequent event appearances. Previously, I would have easily put her down in transitory ranking or acquaintance, like down here, just because she's the perfect example of a character that I like in fiction but wouldn't like in real life. But I think with her character developments and everything that they've done with her in the wake of the Archon quest, she definitely moves up higher to be friend or friend group. But for now, we're going to put her in friend. And Mika also goes up here for similar reason of Toma. And I'm really, like, not focusing on my lance and crossbow are ready, because that's honestly, like, to me, a big detractor for Mika. I think that's really annoying in his, like, character. But I'm going off of his character stories. And aside from that, he's a really, like, nice person. He's a very capable person. He just, like, can't talk to other people. But he's doing all sorts of things. He's very skilled. And I think that the voicing does fit him. I just don't like it. And then Ludochka is here because she's Ludochka. In friend group, we've got Tignari and Sino, because I think on their own, I wouldn't like them as much, but in a group of other people, I think they'd be good, especially together in a group. They'd be really good as seen in the game. I really like, I'm doing an amalgamation of Tignari's portrayal across the different voice languages, because I feel like they all give different characterizations to him. And then Sino is just here because he's gotten a lot of, like, chances to let loose, and we've seen him outside of his job, and I think that would make him a good foil in a friend group. Similar thing with Xingqiu. The only reason why he's not up in friend, even though Chongyun is just because I think his proclivity to do his, like, let me weave you a verse and, like, all the, like, justice thing, I feel like that would get really grating, and I wouldn't like that one-on-one. And then the tricks, like, not really the tricks, but, like, the pranks and stuff, I think would kind of get annoying as well. So that's why he was bumped down. Amber moved down just because I think on her own she would be too energetic, and I think I finally narrowed in on what separates Amber versus Yoimiya for me. And to me, I think it's Yoimiya wants to have fun, right? Amber wants to have fun by hiking. Whether or not that's true, it's just how I feel about the characters. And that's what really separates them and what puts them in different things. I feel like Amber's version of things that are fun and Yoimiya's versions of things that are fun are very different, even though they're very similar characters. And that's why Amber's ranked lower than Yoimiya. Just because I don't want to, like, run around all the time always doing, like, outdoor stuff or, like, lots of stuff like that. I feel like Yoimiya's, like, a lot more casual version of fun, of just, like, haha balloons, haha fireworks, haha fish, is a lot more me than Amber's, like, aha, time for the gliding champion of Mondstadt. I guess you could say that, like, Amber's like a sports girl. Yeah, was in friend group for no particular reason. I just think that she meshes very well with other characters that we've seen. And I think that she's got, like, a real nice and bubbly personality that would fit very well as one part of a group. Eula shot up in the rankings. She was much lower in friend group. She shot up because I realized that every good friend group needs a foil. And that's partly what Tignari does. And Eula's also there to a lesser extent. of a very good foil. Every friend group needs the straight man, right? Someone you can riff off of, right? And so that's what Eula's there for. Nahida's there because she's just a nice person. Everybody loves our Radish, and she's just a nice person, and I feel like she'd be a good addition to the friend group. Raiden is there because I'm judging her based off of A. I feel like she can do some similar straight man type things, similar to Eula and Tignari, and then she's also just there because she's like a little neat, and I think that's funny, and I think that as someone who also likes manga and like not visual novels, I don't think those exist in Tavat. As someone who also likes manga and like light novels and stuff like that, and sweets and things, I feel like we'd get along. But not so much so that I'd mark as a friend. I feel like she'd be very good as part of a group of being like, aha, yes, in the group. Hu Tao is there because similarly, I think she would work really well in a group dynamic. We've seen it with the Liuwei gang. She's just pushed down in the ranking because we've already got Sing Cho, and I feel like the friend group thing was really populated with like haha bubbly characters that mesh together with other characters, and so I had to start ranking them lower and separating them. That's the same thing with Navia. I thought about putting Navia in friend, but I was thinking about the Venn diagram of interest with me and Navia, and I wasn't seeing a lot, so she got bumped down to friend group. Similar thing with Nilo. Well, not really similar thing with Nilo. I like Nilo enough. I think she's a nice enough person, but I wouldn't necessarily. I don't think I'd get along with Nilo to the extent that I'd be like, Nilo's my friend. She kind of has her like no thoughts, head empty moments, and I don't know. I just didn't really be like I could be friends with Nilo. Going back to Noelle, you might notice that's the whole thing with Toma. While Toma and Noelle are very similar, it really just comes down to like how they behave. And Noelle's got her like, I will help everybody no matter what, even when she doesn't need to, and even when she probably shouldn't, either because they don't really need the help or because she needs to stop helping people. And that's why she's in the friend group. She probably could be bushed. She probably could be pushed down to a lower ranking, but we'll keep her in friend group for now. Kiwawa used to be in friend, and then I realized that didn't really make any sense. I don't really know that much about Kiwawa, but she has good group dynamics with the other characters we've met. She did quite well with Tino, with Sino and Tignari and Charlotte in the that card quest, the TCG thing. So that was nice. Ayaka's there too because I think she'd be good in a group, but I bumped her down because I was thinking about, similar to Navia, I was thinking about like, what's something that Ayaka enjoys that I also enjoy? And I was just going through, and I was like, Ayaka seems like a nice enough person, and just judging how she interacts with the Traveler. But I honestly don't think I could hold a conversation with Ayaka for that long, and so she's going down to friend group, so she's just kind of like there. And then Jean is there because she's kind of like the group mom, sort of similar to Nahida. And I don't know, she's there. And then everybody else, who knows? Everybody else, who knows? I don't really have any strong opinions on these people. It's really just more of like, okay, I like this person, but like I wouldn't necessarily like to be in a friend group with them. They might be friends with characters in here. Or I just don't have any strong opinions about them. These characters are characters that generally, I think I wouldn't get along with, or just not to the extent that I'd be like, I'll put them in here and in between here, or high enough to be like, aha, in the friend group. For a variety of different reasons. A lot of this is just like work stuff. I probably, honestly, could even bump some of these characters down, like Ningguang. I might be able to put her down here, but I don't think it's to the extent that I just don't like her. I'm just kind of neutral. I probably could, or move Kaya and D-Luke back up. Sha was right in the middle of Transitory because I think it's funny to put him right in the middle. He's number 9 of 18, which isn't right quite the middle, but close enough. For example, Charlotte is here because I didn't want to put her here, but I didn't think she had a strong enough case to be Transitory. These are really characters that could be in friend group, depending, but just aren't currently, but probably, depending how I feel, could move up or down. Charlotte is here just because she's a nice enough character, but I feel like her always on like press thing, just because we haven't really seen a lot of her outside of work mode, I feel like her intrepid reporter thing, her gimmick, would start to get a little annoying, and I wouldn't really like that much. So that's why she's down here, an acquaintance or friend of a friend or a professional relationship. Same thing with Heizo and gaming. I don't really have any strong opinions about Heizo, but I don't dislike him, so he goes here. Kaching is just like the peak of a professional relationship of just like, yep, she works like at the same place, or like I know her professionally, either works at the same place, similar thing, like professional contact, whatever, coworker, boss, whatever. Gaming is here just because gaming. I kind of dislike him a little bit. I dislike his characterization in Genshin just because I find him kind of annoying, but I don't like dislike him. I just don't like him that much. So I put him here in acquaintance because I could deal with gaming on occasion if I were to occasionally see him. I just don't like him that much. And then the triplets, similar reasoning. Like, I don't dislike Linny, Lynette, or Fromine, but I also, like, aren't too big of a fan of them. Beto goes into the more professional, so does Rosaria. And Farazan. And honestly, most of these characters go into, like, professional relationship would be fine. And then everybody up until Aloy, or including Aloy, are just, like, I just don't know enough about these characters to pass any judgments. Like, who knows? Arlecchino, don't know. Chevreuse, don't know. Baju Kave, don't know. I do know about Diona. I probably should just move her down. Chi-Chi, I don't feel like I know enough about Chi-Chi to make a decision. I don't really care. I'm very neutral on Chi-Chi. Same thing with Klee. I don't know anything about Chiori. I know very little about her, not having her and not having done her story quest. I don't really know enough to make a decision. I also feel like I don't have a good enough grasp of Goro to make an accurate assessment of his character. And I know, like, literally nothing about Candace aside from she's from that one village and she knows Dia. Like, I know nothing about her. Who knows? And then Aloy, I've never played Horizon. And then you have characters that, like, I don't like. Not necessarily that I don't like, because I actually like some of these characters. I actually really like Diluc and Kaya. But they're just characters that I don't think I would like in real life. I don't think I'd get along with them. And you should blind rank the AFK journey characters. That would be a good one. So I'm gonna save and download this one. Download image. And I'm gonna see, hopefully that downloaded. Hello, Kuro. It did. Cool. Now I'm gonna open up the other one real quick. Get this, rid of this, and open up this. I'm gonna save this one too, because this one was funny. I'm gonna double check. I don't think I missed anybody here. I think I'm good. I think I got all the XPs, and I'm just gonna change this to just XP. Originally, it was gonna be a specific type. Where did you rate the emergency food? She's not in here. This tier list is really weird, because it only had the playable characters, plus Arlecchino, so Chlorand wasn't in here either, and I was gonna rank her. But she wasn't in here. I just grabbed pictures for Dunyarzad, Ladochka, Agafia, and Katarina because I wanted to put them in. And D. Change this to just D because it's funnier. But emergency food tier SSSS plus. But yeah, this was... Everyone got moved around, but this was the original tier list. I'll move some of these around to make them more balanced. This was the original tier list that I was secretly putting things into, not telling people, while I had the names covered up, so it looked like I was putting them into a normal tier list. But, yeah. We've got Dunyarzad, not Dunyarzad, also not Dunyarzad, still not Dunyarzad, XP, and D. Okay. My download is being scanned, that's cool. You don't need to scan it though, because it's a PNG. Okay. Genre. AFK Arena, AFK Journey Heroes. Unknown. Looks like Kenagus, because I can't say his other things that might get flagged on YouTube. I'm just gonna do this. Is this the right one? I hope it is. This will be fun.
When I was young, I fell in love with used to old hands, man, that was enough. Then we grew up, started to touch, used to kiss underneath the
I don't really want to put anybody in D tier because I feel like that's rude. But I totally will. I will now judge you on how you rate these. I'm just kind of randomly grabbing. I like how I haven't put anybody in B yet. Oh yeah, no. Well, maybe you go in. No, you're kind of plain. Okay. Put you in A. Put you in A. You get to be the first B character. You get to be an S. You get to be in B as well. You get to be in C. You get to be in D. You're an owl, so you get to be in S. You kind of remind me of another character, so you get to go in A. You kind of look like Nia. You've got cool hair. All the gray people are zombies, literally. And then these aren't really ranked in the categories. I might go through and change some of these actually. I might go through and change some of these. Have you played AFK Journey yet? I haven't. I'm gonna start ordering these. Yeah, no, I feel like these are pretty fair. Actually, I'll put you here.
She used to meet me on the east side, in the city with the sun on set.
Yeah, I like these. I like these. Yeah, I like this ranking. I like it feels kind of all over the place. It feels kind of all over the place, but I like it. I think this is what we'll do. I don't know why. He gives me the prince from FE Warriors vibes. I don't know why though. I think it's the face and the hair. I don't know why, she just kind of reminds me of an Atelier character. And then, this kind of reminds me of Timu. She kind of reminds me of Nia. She reminds me of that girl from Ni no Kuni 2. She kind of reminds me of Anna from Pick Me Up. She reminds me of the lady from, is it Octopath? Octopath 2? Whatever. Maybe it was Bravely Default 2? Maybe Bravely Default 2. Not second, 2. And then he reminds me of Kanagas. Kind of reminds me of actually no, this reminds me of the hyenas from Lion King, and this reminds me of what's his face from Zootopia. Yeah, no, this is my blind tier list. If I put in AFK John Ree again, AFK Arena version 1.2, that's a lot of characters. I don't know what game this is. Which is funny because the guy name is Brutus. That's really funny. EXS. Oh, is this like a power scaling thing? These aren't good pictures. I don't like these pictures. These aren't good pictures to like rank the characters, in my opinion. I don't like these pictures. I know that these are probably just like the icons, like the character icons. Like that's what they did with Genshin. He kind of looks like Ezio. Actually, you know what? He kind of reminds me of the guy from Origins. I don't like these pictures. Is the game before AFK Journey? It's the same company? Aha. I don't like these pictures. He looks like Geralt. I don't think these are good pictures. They don't really let me get a good grasp of the characters. This is really funny how this lines up. This ear lines up with this part on this character. That's funny. She looks like the character from the one game with the Falcon. Oh wait, no, they probably are, because that's just Rem. I think you'd rate them differently. I think I would. These are just like collab characters, aren't they? Because that's straight up just Rem. Okay, I see you. I see you. Oh yep, and there's Joker. I'm like, some of these oh yep, and there's Amelia. I was like, some of these characters look like other things. Especially Viperian. Interesting. Let's see if I can spot. Oh, Albedo. Oh, and Ainz. Ha, that's funny. See, this is why I don't think these are good pictures. I totally like looked at some of these characters and didn't even realize. Like, I know what some of these characters are, but like, I totally did not even notice that was Albedo until I was looking for it. Does that mean that this is an Assassin's Creed character? I don't know enough about Assassin's Creed to name the characters. I just it was just the cowl. Can I find any more characters that are from other games? I don't know enough about other characters to identify them. I know AFK Arena had huge collabs. Yeah, I just don't know enough about... Some of these characters look like League characters. Who are you? Who are you supposed to be? You look like you're from a completely different game. This looks like Charlotte from Grand Blue, but like in a different art style. Oh, there's Queen. There's Makoto. Okay, yeah, okay, I see. Wait. Why is it just Makoto and Joker? Why Makoto and Joker? Wait. Why Makoto and Joker? Wait a second. Wait, actually, where's Ram? What happened to Ram? Why is it just Ram and Wait, what? Sephiroth was in at one point? Can I find Sephiroth? Can I identify Sephiroth? Which one's Sephiroth? Dun. Where is he? Who's Sephiroth? This is like the only thing that looks nothing like Sephiroth. It's the hair. Interesting. Maybe they don't have all the collab characters. But yeah, I just noticed that. It's just Makoto and Ren. I refuse to call him Akida. I'm always gonna call him Ren. He's always gonna be Ren Amamiya for me. I don't care about the other names they've given him. I will always call him Ren Amamiya. Amamiya. But no, so we've got Queen and Joker. Oh, I totally missed Rem again. Oops. And then Assassin's Creed, and then Amelia, and then Ainz and Albedo. Do the AFK journey tier list again, but look up the full character arts. AFK genre. Oh, it saved my thing. Nice. Okay, I'll open this up in a separate tab. Is that this one? It is. Okay. I'll just open that up in a separate tab. You're gonna have to tell me the names. Yeah, you're gonna have to tell me the names of the characters, because I don't... Actually, wait, AFK Journey... Characters... I'm just gonna look at the Pridwen, the thing, because that has art for all of them. Yeah, this is... If I click on them, yeah, that's much better art. They're all in one place too, cool. Brutus. Oh, he stays in... These are also slightly different. He stays in S tier though, because he looks like Kanegas. These are all based on names, so I'll go through these. So far, I'm liking my placements. Cassidy and Brutus get to stay where they are. Where's Belial? Or is he just not here? Yeah, Cassidy and Brutus stay in S tier because they're Pog. I don't see... Some of these characters aren't here, I don't think. Although... Oh, the last model... Yeah, this is almost a year old. No wonder. Yeah, I don't see Belial. I'd put him higher up because he reminds me of Kokichi. I just don't think he's on this list. Let me see if I can find a different one. Actually, I'll save this one because it's the initial blind ranking. And then I'll see if I can find a more up-to-date version. It's not loading. Okay, this is a better one. I think this is a much better one. I don't care about these. I'm gonna put these on the same of like S, A, B, C, D. I don't care about here because I'm not ranking them based on how good they are in the game. Where is Atandra? Where is she? She's here. I'm gonna put her right in the middle for now. And then Arden. I'm gonna put Arden here. And then we have Atalanta. I'm gonna keep her where she was. She looks even more like the Ni no Kuni character. Then we're gonna put Belial up here. Brutus stays up here because he's poggers. Who is this? Oh, this is Brian. Put him here. And then Carolina. I kind of want to rank her higher just because of her name. And then Cassidy, she's also gonna go right up here. And then Cecia? I like how it says she's S+ in like story. It's very fun looking at the rankings on this site as well. Yeah. She looks kind of boring. Who are you? I'm gonna have to scroll down. Is this not in alphabetical order? Where's my little rodent-looking friend? Where are you? I don't see your name. Cecia? Mr. Carlisle. That's fun. Where are you, sword? Where are you, sword animal? Sword thing? I don't know where you are. Regardless, it doesn't matter because you're going all the way to the top. Then Damien. He's a huge swamp monster that terrorizes enemies. Kind of reminds me of, what's-her-face in Impact. Honkai. What's her name? The, like, toxic green lady. Damien! I'm putting Damien here, once again. Dianel, I'm also putting here. He looks plain, in the sense that he does not look unique. Who are you? It's so small. Oh, it's Odie. I'll put Odie in here for being somewhat unique and having a funny face. And also having the same name as somebody from Waitress. Then we have Aaron. 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 I put him in S tier last time. You know what? He kind of reminds me of Legolas. Put him here. He has a cool sword, and I like his shoulder pads. And then who's this? Faye? Oh, she was the lady I had in there last time. What's she wearing? Her outfit looks really weird. What is she wearing? I can't tell. What is she wearing? I'm so confused. I'm trying so hard. Like, what is she? Clothes? I don't... They're like the same color as her skin. It's so you can tell on her arms that they're different colors, because her arms are a different color than her, like, sleeves. But it's super hard to tell on her main body. Like, her neck looks like the same color as her, like, blouse thing. I like her hair, though. We'll put her up here with, Atalanta. And then Granny Donnie. Kind of reminds me of a shift tree. And then, what are you? You've got a pointy hat. And then Kiwin. And then Igor. Oh, the full art for Igor looks a lot cooler. We'll put him up here. And then Kafra, owl. And then Coco. That's a large yak? Something. Kind of reminds me of Calico. And then Corin. Oh, I like his hair. Also, wait, I want to see expanded art on him. His arms could be cooler. They could be cooler. And then Kruger. I'm not a big fan. And then Lucius. Oh, I like him a lot more. Man, that previous image did not do him justice at all. And then Lumont. Viperion is straight up just Reaper from Overwatch with snakes. Where's Viperion? Probably towards the bottom. Oh, that's funny. He looks like the Frost King from Fortnite. Laika? What is Laika? He's got a deer. I still don't like Laika. I don't care that this image makes her look better. I still don't like her. Merrily, I like her. Still. Muriel, I still don't like her. You know what? I'm gonna put her down here just because she's so unoriginal. Like, that's quite possibly, I think, one of the most unoriginal, like, mage characters I've ever seen. Not to say that any of these others haven't been super generic either, in terms of, like, tropes. Niru, don't care. She's supposed to be basic? Yes, and that's why I don't like her. She looks like, that one lead character. Who are you, Parisa? And then Rainier. That's pretty cool. Chew up at the front with Carolina. And then she's just a normal fire mage. Then who is next? Did I have to scroll back up? Who's this? They're not on the list. I don't know who you are. You're not on the list. Oh, no, you are. Rowan. Salazar? Salazar. Oh, no. Who's this? Oh, Riss. And then Citrana. And then Scarlita. And then Seth. And then Shakira. Oh, and Sylvina. I still like Sylvina. And then Smokey and Mirky. Oh, Smokey and Mirky. Tamisia? Oh, wait, hold on a second. I like this a lot more. Sylvina is just Zombie Ren. I like you so much more now. You got a cool sword and a horse. Well, the horse isn't really doing anything for you, but the cool sword is. Toran. Not to be confused with Thoron, the 1-3 ranged lightning magic spell. Vala? Oh, she was the lady I said looked like the character from Bravely Default 2. This full art is decidedly less exciting than that headshot from earlier. Oh, Valen. I'm gonna rank him highly again because he's got a cool pauldron and he's got an unbalanced arm where one arm has way more stuff than the other arm. Also, he has 2 swords, so he immediately goes up to the top. And then this guy looks like the Frost King from Fortnite. And then we've got Walker, Texas Ranger. He's got big shoulders. I'm gonna put him here. Here. That's what this is my definitive opinion based on the characters' names and what they look like. There we go. This is the definitive AFK Journey tier list. These are the meta characters, and these are the not meta characters. Objective facts. Objective fact. I'll be honest, I do like Brutus a little bit less now that I've seen the full body, but it's still pretty good. He's got a cool sword, and it makes up for that, but I was kind of hoping for... I know, he tapers too much. He tapers too much. Now if only this is how they were in game. Oh yeah. If this was how... I'm looking at Atalanta being a solid C across the board. And I'm looking at Cicia being like S+ and like a solid like S overall, and I'm just like, nah. All the gray people are top. Yeah. I'm noticing a trend. I'm noticing a trend looking at the characters. But I don't care. I don't care. Honestly, I kind of want to bump some of these up because I like some of their designs. Like, for example, I like Marilee and Parisa's designs, but I feel like they're just so like characters. They're just like so like haha generic character that I can't. I probably will move Sylvina up though. He looks cool. But no, I'm very happy. Really, I think the only characters I really care about being at the top are honestly Cassidy and Valen, because they have a cheat death ability. Oh, Pog. Valen? I think Valen and Cassidy are the only 2 characters that I go, yes. They're like undeniably for me like top tier. Although Lucius and Tamisia are also pretty poggers. But that's just because they're knights and I like knight characters. I like big bulky armor knight characters. I think those are fun. But no. Valen and Cassidy are the only 2 characters that I like go, yes, they're gonna be here. And I'm putting, what's her face? I'm putting Dear Lady Laika down here on Principal. Your ultimate animations are pretty cool. Nice. Yeah, Laika's down here on Principal. I even like, oh no, not the bunny girl. Not the bunny girl and all of her thigh. I'm putting her here on Principal. I refuse to put her any higher. And then, I kind of want to move Carolina up as well. I like Carolina, but that's more of, I don't want to move her up because I only want to move her up because of her name. So I don't really want to move her up. And the only reason why Walker isn't higher is because I think he looks kind of weird. Like, I think, he tapers way too much. If his shoulders were not as wide, and if his like pads weren't as wide, or if he was just overall thicker, more tree trunk like, I would move him up. The gun also feels like they just took a gun and then just like stretched the image out. It looks very bizarre. So that's another reason why he's not as high. He could probably be moved up one tier with a couple small changes. And then most of the zombie characters are down here just because they just don't look exciting. They just kind of look generic. I mean, they all kind of look generic. But like, some of them are just kind of like, really? Really, bro? They are dead. They are dead. Yeah. No, but Igor looks pretty cool. His pose is really cool. He also has a lot of swords, which I think is funny. He looks like Genji. He's Zombie Knight Genji. He's cool in game. That's good to know. Maybe I should play AFK Journey, you know? I've got nothing else to do. He teleports between gravestones he tosses down? Oh, cool. Maybe I should play. I mean, Destiny Child isn't a thing. Is there a Destiny Child tier list? Destiny Child. I better not get Destiny's Child. Cool. Oh, this is so outdated. Wow. Wow. This is such an outdated list. Wow. Well, okay. If we're going based on when these characters were out, Eve is in S tier, Mammon is in S tier, Moa's in D tier, Syrinx is in B tier, Mafdet's in B, Down Sin's in B, Abaddon is in C, Hera's in D, Aurora's in D, Elizabeth is probably in C, Bastet is probably in D as well, Olga's probably in C. Oh, that's Moa. No, keep Moa in D. Olga's probably in C. Maybe B. Maybe probably B, along with Hades. Arya's in S tier. Red Cross is in C tier. Nereid or whatever. McDonald's just said say no more secret menu items. Oh, wow. Oh, Pantheon, S tier. Oh, what was your name? I have no idea. Now all the secret menus are on the actual menu. That's really funny. B tier. Actually, why do some of these have things on them, watermarks on them? I like how nobody's A tier. They call them remix. What are you? What is your name? Oh, Diablo. Diablo C tier. Europa C tier. Thanatos A tier. Nah, actually, Syrinx is better than Thanatos. AI D tier. Dana A tier. Frey, Hermes, Hestia, Nerdy, Chang'e, well that's Wood Chang'e, or B, Midas, C, Santa, no idea, Hatsune Miku, she's Hatsune Miku, Charlotte, she's Poggers, Hatsune Miku, she's Hatsune Miku, Krampus, Lanfei, Lita's not a 5-star. You can order a double beef patty with a filet of fish off the actual menu. That's great. Lita? She wasn't a 5-star. Why is she on the 5-star? Why is she on the 5-star list? She wasn't a 5-star. Not at this point. She was a 4. Okay. She's B tier. Oh, Mott. A tier. Why is Mayawell here too? What? Mars, Med B, Rusalka, and then Midas. Why is Mayawell and Lita here? They're not 5 stars. What? Can I find a better version of this? A spice tier list. Can I find, is this a better one? 2019, bruh. 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 JP, all attainable characters. When was this updated? 2021. Oh, this is a little bit better. Was Ignition a thing yet? Was Ignition a thing in 2021? I think it was. In that case, I'm gonna assume the end game Ignition. So that makes an enemy S tier. That makes AI like C tier. That makes ALL like D tier. Atis, he existed. Annie was... Oh, Annie became A tier. This is also... Why are... These are both Annie. This is the same character. It's just one of them's a skin. What... Oh, Arya was S tier. Other Arya was like B tier. Astaroth was like D tier. Estrella was like who used her. Athena was okay-ish. Aurora was... Actually, Aurora... Which Aurora is this? Is this original Aurora? Original Aurora was like okay. Dead or Alive lady was okay. Ouch. Babel was Pog for a while. Barry became Poggers. Your 4-star Bast? Bast was okay for a 4-star. Bastet? I have no idea. Something like that. Bathory? Bathory was okay. She fell off hard though. So did Fire Bathory, although she was still okay. Actually, what other fire characters are in here? Because depending on the other fire attackers, I might have to bump her up. Oh, Citri's in here. Summer Citri. Well, we got Tiamat, and we have... Is that it? Is it really just Tiamat? Is that really it? Is it just Tiamat? Wow, I think it's just Tiamat. Okay, well, then Bathory goes into A tier because the only other option is Tiamat. Bess, nobody used Bess. Nobody used you. Brigid, nobody used you. Brownie became pretty good. Wodan. You never got to be useful. They never introduced like the thing that you could be useful in until like the very end. Kane, nobody used Kane. Nobody used Calypso either. I'm not gonna put anybody in G tier. I'll put all the collab units in G tier. Nobody used Catherine. Chang'e, she kind of fell off, but she was still good. Charlotte, like, who used Charlotte? Is this? I think this is... what's her name? The Egyptian lady. What's her name? Cleopatra. She was kind of pog. Curse got really good. Oh, Curse actually got really good towards the end. DOT got really good. Not good enough to maybe put her in A tier, though. Light Dana, she kind of fell off. Fire Dana, did anyone ever use her? Don Sid, she kind of fell off as well. Oh, Harpy became Poggers because of Ignition. Davy became Poggers because of Ignition. Fire Davy, nobody used. Alter Davy was useful for some, like, strategies. This is the same character, just different skins. This is the same character, just different skins. Water, 5-star Dino. Useful, but not that useful, was power crept pretty quickly. Same thing with 5-star Demeter. The Durandal art, I never saw anyone use him. Elizabeth, I also really never saw anybody use him. Is this... This is, Eocade? I don't remember if people ever used Eocade. Europa I think got good. What's her... Eratos. She was actually kind of pog. I'll rate her in C tier because she was kind of pog in 4-star Endless Duel. Oh, the skier lady. No, and other skier. No. Is this Pocket? I think this is Pocket. Eve, I think dropped. She kind of fell off. I think if we put Barry in A tier, we have to put Eve in B because Barry was just better than Eve. Fire Eve. Can you believe it? These two are the same characters. Right here. Fail Not. Probably in C tier as well, maybe low B. Oh, collab character from Kimono Friends. Dark Fresh. Did anyone ever use him? Light Fresh. He was okay. Elephant Dude. Ganesha. Okay. Guillotine. Pretty pog. Actually, no, probably high A. Or high B, not A. Is this Pocket? No, this is Hecate. Who used Hecate? I never used Hecate. Oh, the one lady. She was okay-ish. Hera, not good. Hermes, not good. Hestia, not good. Bride Hilder, briefly useful. Maid Hilder, useful-ish. Maybe move them both up one. Oh, Dead or Alive. Horus, never used him. The lady, nobody used her. Actually, she might have been useful in some things. Isolde was Pogger. She became so good. Man, ignited Isolde with water balloon would just like destroy your team. Jichungbi. She became good. Probably around here with ignition. Oh. Jupiter. Jupiter was solidly B tier. Actually, no, he was probably C tier. He was okay at the beginning of the game, and he was still okay when Ignition came out. But then we got like Isolde and Anemone and Citri, and he just like fell off. Kasumi, Catherine, Kano. No one used Kano. Oh, what's her face? Yeah, nobody used you. Krampus. Biker lady. Kui Baba? Whatever her name was. The dark version. The dark version was actually kind of pog. Her dark version was actually kind of pog. Like one of the good dark attackers. Lan Fei. Some people used her with Ignition. I'll put her above Jupiter. Lita. Lita was okay. I'll put her with Eratos. She was a good 3-star for 3-star Endless Duel. Christmas Lita. She was okay-ish. Yeah. Oh, was this? Yeah, I think this was Christmas Lita, and this was another Lita. She was also, I think, okay. But also in C tier. Collab. Oh, Leo. Leo was Pog. Leo was easily B tier. Limos. Limos was probably B tier as well. Buster Lisa was hot garbage. Swimsuit Lisa also was not good. Defender Lewin, I think Lewin was actually okay-ish. Okay, no, wait, no, that's... Actually, no, this Lewin was actually Pog. This Lewin is the one that was okay. Luna was pretty Pog as well. I think she deserves to be in B. Matt, I think dropped down to C tier. Dark Matt, Mafdet, maybe D tier. Water Mafdet, A tier. Actually, probably below... Because if I remember correctly, Mafdet was a ×6 slider, but I'm pretty sure Mafdet was a flat slider, and Eve was a % slider. Or maybe they were both... Maybe they were both flat sliders. And then Barry was a % slider. Barry was only a 4x slider, but she was a % slider, so she did damage based on percentage attack, whereas Eve and Mafdet were like base attack or something. It was like a certain amount. It just wasn't as good. It was like a certain amount of damage plus something versus Barry's was like a percentage based, and you could just get more damage even though she did 2 less hits. Collab. Mammon is always S tier. He's always S tier. The most useless character in the game. He's always S tier though. Mary Rose, Mars. Mars fell off a lot. I'm gonna put her in the same ranking as Mott. Ooh, original Saturn. Is this Saturn? Wait, do they have all of Planet Party? No, this is Venus. Original Venus was okay-ish. New Venus was also okay-ish. Med B was okay. Medusa. I don't think anyone ever used Medusa. I don't think she was ever used in anything. Melpomomona deserves to be up here because she's also Poggers. 4-star version of Pantheon. Methuselah. I never used him, but apparently he was really Pogger as well. I just never used him. Medis. No. One of these Midases is the good Midas. I just don't remember which one is the good Midas. I think it's this Midas. I think this Midas was the good Midas for World Boss, and then this was like the not good Midas. Hatsune Miku, and Hatsune Miku. Ooh, Wood Mona. Wood Mona was pretty good. I think she deserves to be in C tier. She was good for wood teams as a wood supporter, a charge speed vamp supporter. Light Mona, I think Light Mona deserves to be in B tier. Swimsuit Mona, she'd C maybe. Morgan, I think also deserves to be actually D probably. Marina, garbage. What's Nereid, I think is your name. I think high C. Navi. Navi was pretty pog. She stayed pog for a long time. You're no, are you Saturn? Yeah. No, you're Neonheme. You're light Neonheme. You were okay. If I remember correctly. Light Neptune. Neptune? Yeah, Neptune. Light Neptune was poggers. She was solidly B. At one point, I think she was S, but then Anemone came out. And I think they did like the same thing. So what made Neptune so good, Light Neptune, supporter Neptune, was that she gave like massive speed buffs and attack buffs, and she also had a very rare buff called Double-Edged Sword. I think she had one of the highest Double-Edged Sword buffs in the game, where it increases your attack by an extreme amount and also decreases your defense by the same amount, which for the most part didn't matter, but towards the end it really started hurting. I think Failnaught might have a higher Double-Edged Sword at max level, but Failnaught only applies to fire attackers. Neptune was just whoever, like the two characters with the highest attack got Double-Edged Sword, and it was like 116% attack or something. So it was great. It was great. And she also healed, which was poggers. But then Anemone came out, and I think Anemone had like the same charge speed. Maybe it was a different amount of charge speed. It might have been like a flat instead of percentage. And she also gave a similar attack buff, but she gave invincibility and debuff cleanse on her tap. So in addition to having healing like Neptune did, and the same charge speed recovery and a similar attack buff, she also cleansed debuffs and made characters invincible. So that was just way better. Water Neptune was pretty good as a tank. She was very popular as a tank. I'll put her actually, yeah. Actually, wait, hold on. Who do they have in the tank department? Is the other character I'm thinking of in here? I don't see them. Okay, well, if that's the case, I'll move Neptune up. There's somebody else in here that came out that was super pog. Nicole? I don't remember when I'm using Nicole. Collab unit, BlazBlue. Nerdy, nobody used Nerdy. Actually, Nerdy got used towards the end with Ignition. Noelle. Pocket? Is this Pocket? I don't know. No one used her. Palace. Everyone thought Palace was Pog, but then, like, she wasn't that useful. Oh, Pan. I loved Pan. Pan was one of my favorite characters. With full ignition, she had this thing that you could do. A combination of... I don't think she's on here. She's not. But there was a combination of Pan and, a character that looked like Navia. And with the two of them together, you could do this really funny thing until they started like patching it out, because they would just give bosses like CC immunity, where but it still worked in PvP, which was amazing. You could set up a thing with Pan and one other character where you could stun lock your opponents into infinity, because they both had percentage-based skill gauge removals that were both like 70%. So every time they hit a character, they would reduce their action value by 70% and just not let them fill up their charge bar. And they both hit like 3 and 4 people each. So you could basically just stun lock like an entire enemy team for the entire duration of the battle, and they would just never get to attack. It was the funniest thing ever. But it all came down to like who got their skills off first. It was really funny though. Pantheon fell off hard. I'm gonna put him in B tier, high B tier. He only fell off because of a character that's not listed here. Pomona was really pog. She deserves to be B tier. She got better towards the end. Although then there was a... Was it another Pomona? There was a wood healer that did Pomona's job. Pomona was a power creep of Matt. They did the same thing. I think Matt actually healed for slightly more, but they both had a res on burst. But Pomona had debuff cleanse and Matt didn't. There was another character that came out later that did a similar thing. I don't know if they had the res mechanic, but they had basically better healing and debuff protection than Pomona. So that became a better option. Red Cross, nobody used him. Rin. What's her face became slightly useful with ignition for anti-heal and some rebirth labs, but never that good. Rusalka, nobody used Rusalka. Who are you? You're the Romeo Juliet thing. You were very poggers. I'll put you in A tier. Salome was never cool. Santa Claus, no. Where did I put the other? Where did I put your friend? Is that in here? I'll put old Venus or whatever her name is. Neptune, Venus, Jupiter, whatever her name. Star Jupiter. Put her over here. You were Pog. You were Pog. Oh, your Circuit. Circuit was never used. Circuit. I know what your name is. Yep, Siren. I like Siren. Syrinx was also okay. Citri remained good for a long time. Wood Citri was always poggers. Other Wood Citri was especially pog as well. Tamamo, I never used Tamamo. I think she had some use in World Boss. I'll put her at the top of B. Thanatos was pog. He was one of the best water attackers after Ignition. Midas? No. Water Lady. And then Tiamat, she has to go up here because she was. If we put Bathory up here, we have to put Tiamat up here. Oh, Thisbe. Thisbe is easily A tier. She used to be S tier, but then Anemone came over. Turving was okay for a while. Original. Oh no, this is Venus. I don't know. I don't remember the Planet Party characters. Vitale or whatever. I don't remember your name, but you were good and you weren't. And then Verupa, you were kind of pog. And then oh yeah, you Willow Do Young or something. You were okay, I think. And then Wodan she never got. Amir was pretty pog. And then you Zestia? I have no idea. I think that's what this was somewhat like. I'm sure there's somebody out there that knows more than I do. But yeah, there were. Oh, they have the slimes. They have a lot of characters here. A lot more. Some of these were unrelated. Dahlia was Pog. Racer Davy. That actually wasn't Davy. That was somebody else. I don't remember. It wasn't that good. This never released global. You never released global. You never released global. Sarasu, you were Pog. Ishimi, you were okay. Dushta, or whatever your name was, you were pretty good for Dark. I don't remember your name. I don't remember you being that good. Vivian, I don't remember being that good. You didn't release global. You didn't release global. Kriznik, you were okay. Vampire Lady, Strigoi, you were pretty good. Grilla, you were pretty good. Pepita, you were pretty good. Nicole variant, you were whatever. I don't think you released global. I don't think you released global. Yami was gonna become good with the release of somebody else, I think, but I just don't have a lot of experience. Mira, you were supposed to counter Bunny Girl, but like it never happened because nobody used her in defense anyway. Tokeiko, you were super poggers. Regage Rowoga, you were good in the Galaxy thing. Nebula. I don't remember your name. I don't remember either one of your names. I just remember you were both okay. Detective Skater Lady, Skater Girl. She said see you later, girl. She was okay. You were not good. New Wodan was pretty good. Seth wasn't that good. Erebos, I don't think it was that good. I don't remember your name. You weren't that good. I don't think you were that good either. I don't think any of these are that good. This was an alter. I just always used the other skin for her. She was a 4-star, 5-star alter that was really good. This is Water Kuibaba. Chandra, I think, something like that. You were okay. Forcus, you were whatever. Nor something, you were okay. Boreal or something, okay. Zeta, was that your name? You were pretty good as a debuff character. Dark Eve was an okay dark attacker. Loki existed. Marduk, you were okay. New Lightberry, eh. Catsy, I don't remember being that good. Dog Lady, Lassie, I think you were pretty good. Arhat, Water Arhat was pretty good. Caduceus wasn't that good. Rosanna was okay. Messier wasn't that good, but I like Messier. Dryad wasn't that good. Artemisia, I don't think it was that good. Teresa was okay. Miriam was not that good. Light J Shung V was one of the most cracked units in the game. Koi Fish Water Lady, you were okay, but like people thought you were gonna be better. People thought you were gonna be like Water Pepita, but you weren't, and Tokeko was still just better. Theo Panambanamana was okay. Bomber Girl was okay. This is the Navia lady I was talking about. She was super good. Moppin was an okay defender. Alf, I don't think anyone really used. I think this is Metis. Metis was okay. I don't remember you. 5-star Titania was a pretty good light attacker. Probably one of the best we got, aside from Lassie and then maybe a couple others that we got later. Not Hermes. Hephaestus. I don't think anyone used you. Planet Party 2 Venus. I think not that good. Planet Party 2 Neptune, very good. Water Neptune was good. Light Saturn was pretty good. Attacker Arya was very good. So this is Venus, Neptune, Jupiter, and Saturn? I think this is Venus, and this is Saturn, and this is Arya. Attacker Arya was very good. I don't remember your name. Wood Aurora was pretty good. Amir was a very good attacker. Fantasy Lisa, I don't think was that good. Light Mona, the other Light Mona, I don't really remember. Water Neardy was really good though. I don't remember what your name was. You were pretty good in World Boss though, so were you, Neja? You were pretty good in World Boss. I don't remember your name. Semele, Bride Semele, I don't think... You were okay, I guess. Oh, Natalis was pretty good in PvP for a while. Kinda got shut down by the Stunlock DOT meta. Arhat wasn't that good. Data Live. Semele, I think, was okay. 5-star... whatever your name was. You were pretty good for a while. For that one period when you came out, because magic damage was really cool. Seth, I don't remember being that good. Cassia was poggers. I loved Cassia. Witch Lady, I don't remember the name of. Bunny Girl, you were a pretty good defender for a while. You were the counter to her, released at the same time, but you never got used that much in PvP, not that I saw. Tawaz was pretty good. Juno was okay. Mercury was poggers, a staple for World Boss. Just an enormous defense debuff. Argos, I don't remember being that good. Laffy was really good for Hell Underground because of the healing, and not so much in Nebula, but really good for the endgame for Underground. Verupa was an okay budget water raid team. Dreamer Jupiter? Is that her name? Or was this Saturn and was this Jupiter? I have no idea. Okay, Harpy wasn't that good. Is this Rusalka? I don't think it's Rusalka. It could be Rusalka. It's pretty good. Addis, I don't think it was that good. Mirkala, I don't remember being that good. Laura was okay when she came out. Rhea Sylvia, I don't think was ever that good. Robin wasn't that good either. Lupin was the character that power crept Pantheon and then later got power crept in specific dark mode, I think, by Dushwa, whatever her name was, this lady. Deborah. Deborah wasn't that good. Raffles wasn't that good. Leo was pretty good. Kane wasn't that good. I think this is Pocket. Wait, no. Is this 5-star Euros? I think that's 5-star Euros. She wasn't that good, but I liked her. I don't remember your name. Methuselah was pretty good. Circuit was not that good. Maid Citri on the other hand was poggers. Fireletta was pretty good. Hecate was okay. I think this is Pocket. Failnaught was pretty good. Altered Davi was pretty good for World Boss for a Gimp strategy. Attacker Lewin wasn't that good. S something? Ski Girl, I don't know. Guillotine was okay on Water Raid. I named her before, I don't remember her name anymore. She wasn't that good. Ophois was pretty good for a while. Light Mona was pretty good. Oh wait, no. This is, these are both Altered Davi. I think this is just a skin. Flamenco Girl, I don't remember anyone ever using. I don't think I was playing when she came out. I think that was while I was on break. The Catherines, Tiamat, 5-star Tiamat was pretty good. Thisbe was good. Water Mafdat was good. Tamamo was okay-ish. Kano wasn't that good. Annie became good. Blaz Blue collab, I don't know. Salome was not good. She was okay-ish. I think she was the highest poison damage dealer when she came out, but that didn't really mean a lot since it was kind of like dead in the water. Navi was good. Limos was good with Ignition because she had an ability where she could swap the defense and attack of your opponent's characters, which made it really easy for you to like destroy their nukes. In the sense that like it kind of like reverse things. Like their nukes suddenly did like no damage but were really tanky, and all their tanks suddenly had like no defense, but they also didn't have any good offensive skills. So it really worked out. But the DOT meta kind of took her out. What's her face? I don't remember. Pomona was okay. Bride Hilder was okay-ish. Wodan was okay. Wood Wodan was not as good as Light Wodan. Gel King, or whatever they called him, was pretty funny. Kui Baba was okay. Kimono Friends, don't know. Ganesha was okay for a while. Harpy became better with Ignition. Fire Dana, I don't think was ever that good. Babel became pretty good in combination for a stall team. Water Dano for 5-star Dano was okay when she came out. Same thing with 5-star Demeter. She introduced a new DOT that couldn't be cut or blocked by any other DOT block, which was pretty good. But there were just better options later on. Revolver Girl, I don't remember the name of. She was okay-ish, but she required high investment to use. So you really had to have her like investment early on, have it prepared beforehand. Because by the time you could probably get to it just by normal progression, you probably should just use it for other characters. Best was not that good. Hatsune Miku exists. Pan is one of my favorite characters. New Moa was okay. Werewolf, oh that's her name, Werewolf. Werewolf was pretty good. Fire Battery was pretty good. Christmas Leda was okay. Nicole was okay-ish. I think this is Venus. Venus wasn't that good. Saturn wasn't that good, whatever their names were. Light Neptune was pretty good. You were okay at the time. Fire Eve was okay-ish. Battery was pretty good until towards the end. Med B and Eokid and ALL, I don't know if you were any that good. Data Live. Athena was okay-ish when she came out. Palace was a better Lanfei, but Lanfei also wasn't that useful. Light Frege was okay for a while, but he just got power crept by better light attackers. Neonheim stayed relevant because she was a supporter. Rita kind of fell off. I don't know who you are. Might be a JP only. Brigid wasn't that good. Wood Citri was amazing. Anemone was amazing. Isold was amazing. Swimsuit Lisa was not that good. Swimsuit Davi was really good at Ignition. Swimsuit Mona was not that good. Maid Hilder was okay. I think this was the bad Midas. Barry was really good. Willow was okay-ish. I think this is Wood Jechong B, which was not... She was okay-ish. She was a tap attacker. I think better than Siren, but at the time... There were just always better wood sliders, like wood attackers, especially when Pepita came out and practically everybody else was garbage compared to her. Medusa was okay. I don't know if anyone ever used her. Luna was a pretty good light supporter in some teams. Wood Mona stayed pretty relevant. Wood Lewin actually gained some use with her debuffs in World Boss. Durandal Alter wasn't ever that good. Calypso was never that good. Archfiend Davi wasn't that good. Estrella wasn't that good. Other werewolf I think was pretty good. Horus I don't think was ever used. Cleopatra was used in some DOT teams. Astaroth I don't think was ever used. Brownie became good. I think this is Themis. She was okay for a while. Buster Lisa I think was a dead character on Arrival. Didn't release in Global. Citri was good. Kepri was okay. So was Turving. They were just better options. Dark Matte was not good. Ski Girl, I don't remember her name. Marina, not that good. Morgan, not that good. Verdelay, not that good. Collab units. Charlotte, not that good. Wood Chang'e, she was... nah. Moa was awful when Moa came out because there just wasn't anything to support the kit. Moa had some really good debuffs, but they worked until the opponent was attacked by anything, which included anything but DOT. So a DOT team would have been great, but by the time DOT meta was around, there were better things than Moa's silence. Krampus, eh. Santa, nah. Nerdy, I think Nerdy got better with Ignition. Eve she was on top for practically the entire existence of the game until Pepita and... well, actually, in terms of water attackers, she was at the top of the leaderboards until Tokeka and Barry came out, and then it was all over. But even when Water Mafdet came out, Eve was still just like nicer to use because Water Mafdet was only slightly more useful in some game modes, and Eve was just universally good. But then Tokeka came out and Barry came out, and like the only time Eve was useful was either for PvE or PvP, and in PvP you were gonna run a stall team anyway. Lanfei was a precursor. She was a sign of things to come with Pan and the Navia lady. Dark Fresh wasn't that good. I think this was the good Midas. Light Dana was pretty good early on with the 5-man shield. A classic core of Chang'e, Eve, Bathory, Dana, and Matt. Healing, shields, debuffs, speed buffs, everything. Midas, I think this was Midas, wasn't that good. Light Mafdet wasn't that good. Down Sid, I don't think it was that good. I think she might have had some usage in like a mono fire. Chang'e was always good. Rusalka wasn't that good. Strynx was okay. Strynx got better because of the way her shield works. She provided some healing and then a shield that was called Fortitude, where it wasn't based off of health or anything like that, or duration. You simply got set stacks of Fortitude, and every attack would take away 1 stack of Fortitude instead and block all damage. Hestia wasn't that good. Mars was okay for a while in World Boss, but then we got better options. It was either better to just survive the damage or stun lock the boss. Shields really just weren't that important unless you were really struggling to survive, but it cut down your DPS by so much. Just not having one more support character did insane things to your damage. It was actually crazy. Medb, Mammon is always S tier. Abaddon became pretty pog because I think Grass was one of the first things to receive ignitions. Or Wood, so he was pretty cool as a tapper. I think this is Light Matte. She was okay, but got power crept by Pomona, and then later, another character that I don't know is on here. Hera wasn't that good. Aurora wasn't that good. Elizabeth wasn't that good. Bastet wasn't that good. The Puppet Bastet was pretty good, if I believe correctly. Olga was good for a while, or decent for a while, then fell off. Same thing with Hades. Arya was pretty good for a while, so was Jupiter. Red Cross wasn't really ever good. AI was okay. Nymph or Nereid, whatever her name was pretty good for a while. Pantheon was really good until Lupin came around, and towards the end when everything got super specialized, he was a pretty good generalist buffer. Diablo was okay-ish. You could make Diablo work. Hermes, I think, got better. I know Europa got better. Siren was okay. Thanatos got amazing. And then we got the 4-star characters, and I don't know their names, and I really don't care. Most Echo was really good. And Calcus was a pretty good Gimp character because he had a really cool attack thing. And that's about it. As for the 3-star characters, where is she? She's not here. She's got to be here. Oh, here's Euros. And it's either, I think it's Euros that has, it's one of them has a alternate skin that I really like. And then where's everybody's favorite? Chick. Summer chick. Everyone got a free skin that was this summer chick, but he had cool sunglasses on, so that was pretty fun. And then we also got the where are they? We got the little bulls too for the New Year's thing one year. Those are pretty fun. Everyone got a free copy of them and a bunch of materials to upgrade them, and they were missions to like get them to like 4-star rarity from 1-star. Where's the lady I was thinking of? I was thinking of somebody from down here. I don't know who I was thinking of though. I've forgotten already. But there was somebody down here that I was thinking of. I just don't remember who it was. There are some characters that I either missed or I feel like weren't released in, because this is the Japanese version. Japanese should have been on this. Actually, they might not have been. I know Korean had a different schedule. Korean had actually entirely different characters in terms of like they had entirely different skills than JP and Global. I think Global and JP had the same skills, but they had like reversed releases where like JP would get a character release and then like 3 months later Global would get it, and like Global would get a character and then like 3 months later JP would get it. So like for for example, when JP was getting like Water Math Det, Global was getting like Neja, and then like they would swap, and when we would get Water Math Det, they were getting Neja, and that's how it worked. And so since the skills were the same, that helped a lot of people theorycraft on which characters to keep, because they never really changed anything between JP and Global, but there was tons of differences between like Global and Korean. The character kits were so crazy, and the systems were different. Ignition, I remember being way worse in Korean than it was in Global and JP. Ignition was still pretty bad, but it was not nearly as bad. But no, Cassia, my beloved. Cassia, one of my favorite characters in Destiny Child. Although I think my favorite character overall definitely has to be Tokeka, wherever she is. They've got the normal skin for Tokeka here. They don't have her cool alternate skin. Everybody got a free skin for her, I think from Ragnabuster, if you could complete it, and it was fire. She looks so good. I'm going to get that picture because she just looks so good. Let's see if I can find it. Here it is. She was like so good. She looks so good. Easily one of my favorite characters. Let's see. I'm gonna hit download. She was so cool. She was on my home screen for such a long time. It was a really cool background thing I had set up with her. But oh, that's really funny. It's such a large photo. I got the original unresized version. That's enormous. I probably shouldn't have done that. Let me shrink this down so you can see Tokeka. Is this... Okay, this isn't the... I don't think this is the illustration. I think it's fan art, but the point stands. Oh no, this is the original one. It might be based off of the official. I noticed more brushing than like the weird like live 2D thing. But still, actually no, maybe it is the same. Maybe it's just because I'm seeing it not live 2D. I think it is the same. I think I've just never seen that top part of her spear so close before, so it kind of threw me off. But no, this was the skin they got for Tokeka. And I was like, dang, she looks cool. And the best part was she was super good. She was one of the best water type attackers for a long time. And even after Cassia and Barry, or after Cassia came out and you could ignite Barry with the Barry rework, she was still really good. It was really only like Nebula, I guess. Some of the Nebula bosses. I think it was just like Nebula Tamama where you'd really want to have like Barry and Cassia instead of Tokeka, but she was still really good, and she was an absolute monster in Ragno raids. She would just shred through bosses. It was so much fun. She would just like hit like 120k slides, and then you'd enter fever mode, and she would just be doing like 45k taps, and you just watch health bars just get deleted. It would just go and just it was so much fun. Tokeka was fun. Oh, you know what? This background looks just like the normal background for this window, so it kind of looks like I've cropped my screen, but I really haven't. It's just the background of this website is the same color as the background for my thing. Also, I'm not ranking all of these because I'm not putting them all in here. There's no way I'm ranking all these characters. I was just gonna get on the list. The spice tier list? All spices ever. Wait, hold on a second. These are the same thing. Weird. Okay, this is my spice tier list. This is my tier list of the spices. Here it is. This is the spice tier list for Kuro. Actually, I do know what turmeric is, but yeah, it's funnier to still keep it in there. Actually, I think I know what most, well, not most of these. I think I know what some more of these are, but this is funnier. If you can't tell, these four are in S because they start with S. It says Sage, Sesame, Sorrel, and Spearmint, so they go in S, and then Thyme is funny, so it goes in S. And then Vanilla and Wasabi are Pog, so they go in A, and everything else goes down here. Why do I have a Discord notification? Oh. Lego Harry Potter. Poggers! Lego Harry Potter is one of the worst Lego games, and it's so good because of it. It's such a, like, non-functional Lego game. It doesn't make any sense. Okay, so... what should we do now? Also, Dawn, I see that you're here in chat, because I'm looking in chat. Did you see my DM? I realized partway through that I totally could have just edited the VOD the way it was and uploaded it to YouTube, but I decided that just not having audio for the stream for like an hour and a half wasn't a good idea, so I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna see if I can get Dawn's audio. That's fun. Also, so that means that every single VOD, every single video, every single stream, except for this stream and the second Windcraft stream, are on the YouTube channel. They're not all public yet. I don't want things to come in out of order. So, there are some of them that are privated and because they came out after the Windcraft. Mainly the April 1st stream. That one's still privated because the stream that was before it hasn't come out yet on YouTube, and I don't want them to be out of order. There was a debacle a while back where I had like 17 VODs that were all out of order, and it was really confusing, and I hated it so much. And so since then, I've just been trying to keep things in order. But They're all up until, I believe, the Pokemon stream. I think that's the last one. Actually, I think it's all the way up until the first Windcraft stream on the 22nd. The audio is awful. I realized that the Discord VC was in the same audio track as the game audio and that they weren't separated. So I've changed my OBS settings. If I go back to my Genshin tier list, is it gonna save my... Is it gonna save my things? Hottest Genshin character. Let's open this up. Tier list always updated. Where's the 4.5 when I was on? Hotness, girls with high quality images. What is this? Certified baddie. What are these pictures? What are these pictures? That's just Sara's art. That's just from, what is this? What are these? This is just Sucrose's art. Wild. Genshin. Where's my 4.5 thing? Where's my 4.5 tier list? How is it not on the first page? I know it exists. I know it exists. Don't make me. I know it's there. Okay. No, actually, this was the one that we wanted anyway. I forgot. I have the real one open. So, okay, we'll just switch to that tab, I guess. But... Bam. Go back to the original Genshin thing. This is what we decided on. And... yeah. I got to make a lot of people upset. But I got to, the first time around, I was like, aha, I will put Yae in C tier, and I will put Ayato in C tier, and I will put El Hatham in C tier, and I will put Fremine in C tier, and I will put Hu Tao in C tier. So that was fun. No, but I like how this turned out. I like how this turned out. Honestly, I could probably move some of these characters around, like I said before. I probably could move, like, these three all down here as well. And I think I will. Yeah, I think I will. And then... move Jean down as well. No, I think I like this a lot. Oh, Sara could be moved up for the friend group. She could be a good straight man. I just feel like there's too much else about her that would prevent her from doing that. I like this. I like this tier list. I like this tier list. I like that it cuts out Dunyarzad's face, because it had to, like, make everybody the same size. It cut off Katarina's face, too. RIP. I'm kind of glad I chose the pocket watch and not the picture of Agafia for Agafia. I like this one better than the, like, picture of Agafia's model in the game, because it's just a generic Mirror Maiden thing. I mean, the same thing for Katarina, but it's just a generic Mirror Maiden thing for Agafia. She's just not as tall. And her pocket thing, like her pocket watch with the photo in it, or the locket, I think it is a pocket watch. I think is a way better representation, because even though you can't see it here, you can see her face. Like, she's got, like, an actual face. It's not covered up with, like, her, like, thing that she's wearing. She's got, like, a real face, and she's with her two brothers. And it's, like, an actual picture of her, which I feel like is way better. Just like how, like, Ludochka's is, like, an actual custom model, and Dunyarzad's is an actual custom model, which I feel like is just way better. But yeah. We had to put Dunyarzad up here, and we had to put Agafia up here, and then I think I like what ended up here. I think these are all pretty fair rankings. I don't know if anyone is really surprised by these. I think the only maybe surprising thing would be Chongyun up this high and Eula down this far. Maybe would be like the only surprising thing. I don't know. That's the only thing I can really think that people might go, oh, I would have thought that he would have put them in different places. I like Chongyun. But no, I like how these turned out. And I already went over my reasoning for why Amber is in what is technically A tier and Yoimiya is in like S+. I already explained why they were like that, even though they were very similar characters. And why Toma is up at the top and why Noelle and Gaming are so far down. Or why Noelle's lower and Gaming's so far down. I've gotta keep going. Oh, we only have 5 more minutes until Twitch will apparently boost the stream. This has been this is basically, I know I started off on just chatting. This has pretty much just been just chatting the entire time. Like, I didn't even know what I originally had the category on Genshin, but, I honestly, like, I don't even know. I was gonna put it on Genshin. But yeah. Da da. Oh, what? He didn't start yet. I thought he was gonna do it. Da 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 da. Did it just end? It just ended. Oh no, maybe it didn't. Oh, we still got 2 more minutes left of the song. Da 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 da. More words that I do not know. Da da da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Do I still have the lyrics pulled up for Bug? Wander, wander, lost among this lonely. Pa 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 da pa da no. What should I do for the next 4 minutes while I vamp for time to hit 4 hours? What should I do? This VOD's gonna be tiny because nothing's been happening. I just had a Chrome tab open the entire time. There's been like no movement. This is gonna be the easiest, like the smallest file size imaginable until I re-edit it and it suddenly balloons to be like triple the original size. What is there to do? What can I do? There's nothing happening. There's nothing for me to do. There's absolutely nothing I could possibly do, you know? There's not a single thing I could do. There definitely aren't any games I could play. Definitely not. I kinda wanna boot up Man Demon. But I'm not gonna do it yet. Man Demon is gonna be its own stream. Heart is racing here now. Never was a way out. Man Demon. Man Demon. Heart is racing here now. Never was a way out. Man Demon. Man Demon. Oh, that's a terrifying picture. These are all terrifying pictures. I was looking at the store page for The Circus, a game which apparently is very bad because the translation is bad and the controls are not good. Heart is racing here now. I have content warning too. I still don't know what content warning is supposed to be. I still don't understand what it is. But I'm sure that'll be fun. A game that we could play together. But we already have 1 series going on, and I feel like having 2 collabs going on, it probably wouldn't be a regular series. It'd probably be like one-offs, because I don't think we could all manage 2 collab series at the same time. I'm gonna have to ask Kawa about, or maybe just look up some more stuff about how Essentials work too. But it might also be fun, even if we don't do it as like a collab series together, just to have like an Essentials Minecraft world, just like a vanilla world. And by vanilla, I just mean like no major mods. And just like have that open, and then we could all just like play whenever we wanted, even if we didn't stream it. Just to have like an ongoing thing to just pop in. might create like a group chat or something so people can be in like open VC and people can join. So I don't know. I'll have to see. I might ask Kawa about that, and that'll be fun. And maybe if we were to do that, Don would get better at playing actual Minecraft and would be able to properly learn how to play a game instead of having to play a game that plays entirely different. Because it's one way of learning. I can't imagine if the first time I tried to play Minecraft, the first time learning Minecraft, I was playing Winecraft or like Hypixel Skyblock. I would just be like so out of it. It would not happen. Anyway, I looked at a bunch of other games by the publisher for No Case Should Remain Unsolved, and unfortunately they don't seem as good as No Case Should Remain Unsolved, which makes me sad, but it kind of makes sense. No Case was the newest game. So I'm hopeful for that. So, we just hit 4 hours. I might... Oh, solo raid's going on right now in Nikkei, but unfortunately we're in the prelim stage where you can only do 3 stages per day, and I'll only be able to clear 5 and 6. We can't get to 7 or until the actual ranking part yet. So, that's boring. It would normally be fun. I think streaming solo raid is very good content for Nikkei because coming up with teams and everything is very fun. But we can't do any fun things now. I'll be able to clear the bosses probably in 1 team. Well, maybe not 6. I might not be able to do 6 in 1 team unless I'm paying attention. We have Nihilister right now. Solo raid right now is Nihilister and I hate it. I can already see how annoying it's gonna be. The QTEs don't seem nearly as bad. They look like a giant, like, X, as opposed to the weird snaking thing they do in the normal boss fight, which I like. But the problem is, I'm really concerned about second phase and damage, because Nihilister is a boss where you really live and die by being able to break the parts, and having, like, screen wipes for all the missiles and everything, and... First phase is okay. You kind of worry about losing all your cover if you can't do the rotations fast, if you can't do enough damage to clear the phases. You start taking this like super bad DOT that lasts forever and basically kills all your characters. And there's only 3 like viable cover repair characters right now. Biscuit in the Summer and East team, which I don't think is going to be that good because while Shotgun might be okay and the first phase, second phase I don't think it's going to be that good. There's a lack of screen wiping. The only water character is Dorothy, and you lack Pierce or consistent damage to deal with the parts. But you do have Biscuit for the repair, but that's only broken cover, which kind of doesn't help. Leader has cover repair. She's going to be Pog. I imagine Leader plus Bunnies is going to be good as always. I've been running Leader and Bunnies plus Ludmilla and Modernia just for single target damage, and Ludmilla so she can just like chew through the boss's destructible parts. That's done okay. It's kind of an L that it's a fire boss. I mean, Nihilister obviously is a fire type boss. Kind of an L though, because that kind of takes Scarlet Black Shadow out of the runnings, and she's a really nice bosser, especially for bosses with parts. We do have Killer Wife now, D-Killer Wife, so she should be good for like a Red Hood Alice team. I just don't remember if there's a like hittable core on Nihilister, but the Pierce from not Nihilister, Red Hood and Alice should be very good. I actually used an Alice team to clear Nihilister in the story the first time. Excuse me. Snow White, I don't think will be that good. Not for solo raid. She might be okay in Union, but I don't think she has the survivability to do a solo run. And she also doesn't have the damage, because solo raid doesn't have a health pool. It's just total damage. The game, it goes on forever until the timer runs out, so it's just how much damage can you do in 3 minutes. Rem, I am assuming, is going to be really good as a lifesteal healer and a water type unit. Also a machine gun to help probably with the QTEs and potentially taunting with her own lifesteal and her like attack buffs. I don't see 2B being that useful. A 2B Enmity team seems really dicey on Nihilister. Plus, while it might be okay in second phase, you really want Pierce. You have a lot of destructible parts. And 2B teams tend to struggle with destructibles because they don't have a character that can deal good like burst damage. I mean, 2B's burst can do a decent amount of damage, but there's nothing that can like really strike parts and take them down. Because you're running what? You're running like volume, mast, 2B, guillotine, and volume. Not volume. I already said volume. Noise. So you're running like noise for taunting and healing. So guillotine can maintain low health. And you're running mast for the crit buff and the HP buff for 2B and guillotine. And you're running volume for the crit buff for 2B. But you don't have any cover repair, and your only healing is noise healing and taunt. So I don't think that will be that good. I'll probably still run it anyway, because I have to run 5 teams. But I really, like, water kind of sucks right now, especially for, like, something like Nihilister. We don't really have a lot of good, like, Pierce things. I mean, maybe Amelia. Amelia might be okay. A nuke team with Amelia. I don't know. Trying to think. As far as meta water characters go, we don't have a lot. We have, I guess, Mary Bay Goddess for some healing and a minor element advantage buff, but she really isn't used that much. Because you have to run a B2 cooldown unit. And there are only 2, Dala and Summer Helm. And Summer Helm is for electric characters, or electric weak enemies. And Dala doesn't really do anything. CDR is like the only thing that she provides. Helm at least provides a little bit of utility and debuffs against the appropriate matchup. I guess Dala has a slight crit buff. We got Dorothy as a burst 1. A good offensive burst 1 supporter, good personal damage, cooldown reduction. No support abilities though, no healing or anything like that, no defensive utility. Who else do we have for burst 1? I don't think we have anyone else. For burst 2, we really just have Rem. She's really the only burst 2 water, like, viable character. Then burst 3, we've got, as far as DPS go, I think we really only just have Amelia and Christmas Ludmilla. Privity's okay as like a supporter. She does good in the Summer Anise team, but she really isn't see that, and maybe like a Maid Privity team, but she really doesn't see that much use as a DPS in her own. Vesti is okay as well, but I just don't think she's that good. And Helm has some good offensive utility. Her burst gives an insane amount of lifesteal, so you have an insane amount of lifesteal every other full burst. But you lose out on so much damage because you have a full burst that like really doesn't do damage. It's all about healing. Although, I'm pretty sure Leader, Rupee, Alice, Helm, Flex was... I think it was like Alice, Scarlet, Helm was like the team to use against Nihilister in the story phase. You had Alice just to like, just absolutely chew through her parts in the first phase. And then Helm for the healing, because you probably needed the healing to just cope through, and then Scarlet was there to do Scarlet things. It being a fire boss is just not fun. You know what? I'm just gonna do this. I'm just gonna change. We're gonna briefly change while I visualize what I'm talking about. Okay, so they're both hidden. What song is this? Oh. Remember. Do you remember? the 21st night of September. Love was changing the words that rhyme with member. And there's something of words away. His heart was something. And the something, 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 something. And the something, 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 something. And the something, something way. And something, 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 yeah. Wow, wow, it's not showing up. There it is. It's Amelia. It's Amelia. It didn't change my category. What? My category didn't change. I clicked on it though. Okay, there we go. It's Amelia! Why is it so big? Why did it suddenly get so big? Weird. Change this to this then. Heart is racing here now. Never was a way out. Mind reader. Mind reader. Heart was racing here now. Never. Oh, I guess I forgot we had Leona for a shotgun team, but shotguns are dead in the water. Tove is water too. So that's 2 water characters for a shotgun team. Shotgun's absolutely garbage though. Who's in a shotgun team? Privity, Leona, Tove. Who knows who else? Pepper and Privity, I guess. I don't even want to think about making it a shotgun team because they're all just so awful. Okay, but yeah, this was the team I used for Nihilister in the story. Anyway, let's do this team. This is my funny collab team. Just all the collab characters. If we were to make a shotgun team, it'd probably look something like Tove. Where is she? I don't even think I ever leveled. No, Leona. And then probably Privity. And Noir could be good. Either Noir, maybe Drake. I know there's a recommended character for this team. I just don't remember who it is. I know it's somebody and then Privity in the last slot. Honestly, I would probably put in Privity and then Pepper for healing, because you have no healing here. You would have to replace Leona with like Marciana, and then you lose out on like half of Privity's skills. So let's just go back to making this the Haha Funny collab team. Let's grab 2B, Rem, Makima, I guess Power, and Amelia, because it's funny. But no, there just aren't a lot of good water options for the boss. Polly isn't really usable. Ray is more of a PvP unit. Makima is not really usable. She's more of a utility. I mean, maybe Brid. I just don't use Brid. Although I hear that if you can keep Brid's... Is it Brid's buffs active? Yeah, I hear that Brid can do decent damage if you can keep her at max HP because it doubles her burst damage. But it's like it's almost like a harder to maintain Guillotine thing, because Guillotine's burst does the exact same thing. But it's when you're below 50% health and you have a way to lower your own health plus mass for Guillotine. You have no way of healing Brid unless you're using a character with healing. And that's just really annoying. But get a solo raid. Oh, and this is Diesel. Part of the reason why I've ranked Yoimiya so high. So yeah, I think I've been using this team right now. These two should probably be swapped. Not that I ever make it to second burst. But Modernia should be here so she never bursts. But yeah, Nihilister is a fire type. Or I guess a code Hestia. And weak to water. So ideally, you would want a water team. You can see that with Elig, the new Anise team is very electric. And then this is the 2B enmity team. This is actually using Helm instead of Noise. I think I'm using Noise somewhere else, or I was using Noise somewhere else. I think I was using Noise on this team, but I swapped it out. This is just like classic bunnies with Red Hood. And then this is like a super scuffed Pierce team, because I don't have Tia. So, 142 mil. I mean, we can try using the Anise team. I don't think it's gonna go well, but I wonder when we're gonna get. Right now, it just ends on phase 1. Phase 1 is when the boss ends. I wonder when we're gonna get to phase 2, but we have no cover recovery in this really. But we're actually still kind of chewing things. We are only on level 4. We actually are kind of chewing through these parts. Ah! Annoying. It's nice to know that for now it's just the missiles, because those can easily be blocked. And then 1, 2, 3. The flames last longer, but they only do 3 ticks. Oh, it also did like no cover damage. That's cool. If you get hit by the flames, oh, it's gonna have to be. Okay, so you will need a water character. You will need at least one water unit. Rem is probably gonna be the best for other teams, but Dorothy is probably a necessity for now, because she's like our only, one of the very few water characters that you can use. So one team will have to use Rem, one team will have to use Dorothy. I might, depending on how this goes later on, I'll have to see when the actual raid starts, but I'll have to see how much damage this team can do, because I might just use this team. Dorothy really shines in the Summer Anise team as a CDR unit that doesn't increase max ammo and does decent personal damage, and also has the benefit of being boosted by Eleg. And just in general, the Summer Anise team's wanting to take supporters, because other electric code allies reload speed, increased attack of caster's attack. Not that her attack is super high, but that boosts Eleg's damage. And then Eleg has the distributed damage, which boosts Dorothy, and a decrease in defense, which is nice. And then Biscuit has a bunch of nice supporter buffs. Recovers HP for Privy a little bit, not that much though. It's only 12%, but it's 12% of Biscuit's max HP, and her HP I think is over 1 million. I think it's 1.5 million right now. And then this really doesn't do anything right now, because we don't have any other defender allies. But this increased attack for all supporters, so that's going to buff Dorothy, Eleg, and Anise, and it also gives them all lifesteal. So really the only person you have to worry about in this team dying now is Privy. Previously, you would sub in Eleg for either Mast, because of her def buff and her crit damage and everything like that. It was just nice to have, I guess, and you could overcap, like, well, actually that wouldn't work because you had to do the same thing, but it just gives you some extra bulk, I guess, some nice buffs. Also being electric type helps with Anise's thing. The other option I think was more preferred to run Novel, because Novel has cornucopia stacks, which is just a flat damage taken increase. So now we got Eleg, which is kind of a buff for Dorothy. Right now Dorothy's getting 28% more damage on her burst, because I don't have Eleg's skills up that much. Because frankly, I don't know if I really am going to continue using Eleg. I don't know. I haven't really invested into her. But hey, 6 mil on her burst instead of 4 mil is pretty good, if I say so myself. Oh, these patterns are kind of annoying. Also, I'm probably gonna just switch to Dorothy or something when I do those QTEs, just because Anise doesn't have the ammo capacity, and that's a good thing because she is a last bullet character. She has skills that proc when her last bullet fires hit, but it makes it very inconvenient when she's outside of her burst and cannot clear the QTEs. I like that the auto targeting is so much better now. Well, I like that the auto burst, because this is a boss where I really don't have to worry about when I burst, especially not in phase 1. I like that I can just let it auto place Dorothy's burst, because manually aiming it is very annoying. Yeah, this is pretty much just the thing. I don't think we're going to get to second phase yet. I think they're going to save second phase for stage 7. Oh yeah, Dorothy's doing a fine job. Yeah, I think they're going to save second phase for stage 7, which honestly, maybe stage 6. Am I in stage 5? Honestly seems kind of weird that they wouldn't introduce... Okay, yeah, no. Oh, it's still got the boom thing. It's kind of weird that they haven't introduced stage 2 yet. Okay, this is stage... Surely they're gonna have stage 2 or phase 2 for stage 6, right? They gotta. They have to. I mean, it would seem kind of weird if they saved introducing phase 2 of the fight just for 7 and the actual raid version. It just seems like a really odd thing to do. I'm gonna try and break these first. The general idea is you want to break the legs first because they stop Nihilister from crawling up. It kind of resets the timer. And then you want to get rid of the guns on the side just because it's more part damage. There's an opportunity right here when Nihilister does the flame attack. Normally, if you haven't broken them, the guns come in and they're all in one hitbox. So if you have a Pierce character, you can hit Nihilister and the 2 parts at the same time. We haven't really seen that so far because normally they're broken, and when they're not broken, we don't have any Pierce characters, so we can't hit them anyway. But the general idea is to destroy the legs first. And then go for the guns. Just because with Pierce you have more opportunities to... Oh, nice. Nice. Biscuit got like a nice rocket on one of them and it just broke a bunch of them. Okay, well, we're just about halfway. I think we're actually under halfway. So I expect second phase will start pretty soon. Second phase I think starts at... Actually, I don't know when it starts. I know it starts... I'm pretty sure it starts at a half in the story version, but this is the raid version, so it could be different. We're getting kind of low, though. We're at a third of Nihilister's health now. So I would expect if we were going to get second phase, it would happen pretty soon. Unless they're really going to save it for, like, the end. Which honestly seems kind of weird. They really not going to give us phase 2? I mean, if they don't want to give us phase... If they want to make it so that the raid is just phase 1 of Nihilister, I'll take that. I don't think that's going to happen, though. I don't think that's going to happen. Have they always done this? I honestly don't remember enough about the previous solo raids. They might have always just done one phase for bosses that have 2 phases and just have the second phase come in for 7 and the raid version. Wow, that's weird. Oh wait, no, here it is. Phase 2. How much health does it have? It's got no health though. He's got no health. So it went into phase 2 at 7 million health. But yeah, and look, Dorothy's done all the damage. It's really like Dorothy and Anise. Privity's just there to enable Anise every other burst. It's really like Anise and Dorothy doing all the damage. Huh. Okay, well that's kind of weird. 272 million health, and second phase didn't kick until until it had 7 million health remaining. That's something. That's cool, I guess. That's cool, I guess. And then there aren't any other. There's no way to like fight other bosses. You can't go back and fight previous bosses in DK. Something I really don't like. I wish I could fight other bosses just because I want to fight the bosses. It's pretty fun to set up things. But our special interception today is the most boring one of them all, Blacksmith. It's the one that requires the least amount of thinking. And probably one of the easiest besides Chatterbox. Chatterbox is probably the second easiest. Gravedigger's pretty easy too, although Gravedigger you kind of have to think. You don't have to think with Blacksmith. You don't have to think at all. There used to be a thing where you had to like time the bursts if you didn't have enough damage or with certain characters. If you ran like Scarlet Senti, and then Scarlet, Senti, Leader, and Modernia, you could do this thing where you could time your bursts. So you could have Scarlet's burst wipe out all of the bombs that fly up, and then you could time Modernia's so her burst would last long enough for the next 2 sets of missiles, or the next 2 sets of bombs, so you could always hit them. And now, with Ludmilla, you don't even have to do that. Bunnies plus Ludmilla means you just hold down left mouse the entire time and you win. It's pretty fun, but also extraordinarily boring. You don't have to think anymore. They were like, you know what? No more thinking. Oh, do you want to see a really cool thing here? I like this. This is one of my favorites. This is the Alone Survivor screen with Tove. I think this is when she's holding the flare to alert the rest of... Actually, what is her squad name called? I don't know. It's got a name. What's it called? Unlimited. Yeah. It's when she's trying to... I think what had happened was there was a squadron that had gone missing up in the mountains. And so she went out to go find him or whatever. And she's holding a flare. It's a pretty cool picture. A Bacillus. Is that what I need? I don't think it is. I was actually just looking. I apparently don't have a Tetra manufacturer vest. It's like the one thing I don't have. I have like a Elysian one. I have several abnormals. I have a Pilgrim one. I've got a Bacillus. I've got several Bacillus ones. But I don't have a Tetra Titanium Alpha for Ludmilla. That's interesting. I had just realized that today. But yeah, I don't know. Team comps aren't looking that... I wish I... Actually, I can't go back in because we've already done all of the things. But I'm thinking... Team comps are probably going to be Dorothy, Elig, Anise, Biscuit, and Privity. Just the standard Anise team with Elig. I'll probably run one team that's probably gonna be... I could put all my eggs in one basket and run a Red Hood Ludmilla team. This will probably be one team. To some extent, it'll probably be Leader plus Bunnies and Ludmilla. Although maybe I don't want to like have all of my good characters in one team. I'll probably also run... Oh, I'll probably do this, honestly. I'll probably do this and maybe put like Maxwell in here or something. Run D as the sniper booster, and then run Amelia as the water healer. The other thing I could do is there's a case to be made for and then 2 flex rocket launchers. So running Rem and Amelia. But I don't know if I want to run Rem and Amelia in one team, because we already went over how there really aren't a lot of good water type characters. She sounds so much like Naga because it's Brandon Knickerbocker. These and maybe Amelia are probably the only viable water characters to be used, honestly. And we're already going to be using 2 of these in the Anise team, and then we're going to be using Ludmilla in 1 team. I could run... I guess I could run, like, Ludmilla and Helm, and then I guess run... Well, if I'm going to run Leader and Bunnies, and I'm going to run D and Rem, and I'm going to run Dorothy with Anise, I think that's all of the CDR burst 1s. So I'd probably... I mean, I have volume. But I probably want to run volume with Rem. So... Unless I run D with Rem. I could run volume in this team. And then I guess take... If we're running maybe Senti. Senti, and then cope with Helm, that she can do the damage, and then take like Modernia or something as a flex slot. But that would mean that our 15 would either, since we've used our 4 burst 1 CDRs, that would mean that our last team would probably have to be like...
I'm ready. Let's go.
What does she offer a significant benefit? Electric code, not electric code, no. Burst skill, okay. How does she compare to Dala? Where is she? Burst skill, attack up. These are all they're both not that good, but I guess this is attack boost. So probably like Noise, Dala, and then we'd have to take a water unit somewhere. So like I don't know. Because we could take Amelia. The other thing we could do would be run Mary instead of Noise for healing, and then run Dala, and then just run like some weird... D would work nice because of parts, but she has elemental disadvantage, which isn't very good. I don't know. The other thing we could do, which would be super cursed, not super cursed, just they're bad. We could run shotgun. We could run 2 shotgun teams, and I could run Privity and then either Drake or Sugar. Probably Drake, because Sugar doesn't have a lot of team buffs, right? Increased ammo, and then effects. Yeah, no. She works very well with Drake, because Drake has a nice attack buff for shotguns on burst, which helps Sugar during her burst. Attack increase. And then probably run Pepper for healing. Although the other thing I'm worried about is Pepper is a wind type, so she'll be taking extra damage. And then we have Leona and Tove to deal with the QTE. Probably be Tove is the only AR. The other 4 are all shotguns. The reason why I'm not using Amelia is I genuinely do think it might be better to put all my eggs in one basket and run like this team with a flex slot. Volume for CDR and her like critical rate thing, which is better than nothing. Rem for the increased attack, which should help her taunt attacks, because solo raid bosses attack the character with the highest attack. Should help with Rem. She's a supporter. Actually, is she a supporter? She is a supporter. She's pretty beefy. Plus, she has permanent lifesteal. She recovers at level 1, 25% of her damage as health continuously. And when entering battle, also shares with 2 rocket launchers. And then increases attack and then shares the HP recovery with everybody when using her burst. That's great because it helps Amelia just because of the increased attack. And Amelia has like a big thing where she wants to do as much damage as possible. She wants to stack as much. She has a nice nuke. It's not as good as Maxwell or Snow White's, but it's okay. And then A2 has a pretty cool thing where she gets tons of buffs on her full burst and full charge. The only problem is she decreases her own HP, and if her HP falls below a certain point, it deactivates her buffs. So Rem's lifesteal will help a lot there. In this team, I'll probably be piloting Rem because Amelia and A2 both have full charge mechanics, and those are kind of annoying to do manually because you can mess up. You can accidentally not hit a full charge, you can hold them for too long, and then you're not attacking as often as you could. So I'll probably just pilot Rem. And then the flex slot can be anybody. If I'm not using her in any other team, probably Modernia. She is a neutral matchup, and she does plenty of damage on her own. She's a monster at single target, and she's the perfect flex slot for a third burst character that never uses their burst, because she doesn't need to do damage. She actually does more damage if she's not using her burst, just because her burst is good for like waves, and against bosses, you don't really need that. The infinite ammo is nice, though. Unfortunately, I don't see a place for the Enmity team.
Are we finally taking to the high seas?
Maybe people with better characters than I have, but I personally don't see an Enmity team
Over there.
working that well.
I'm ready. Let's go.
There's no water type character, so there's nothing you can do about the QTE. So that's the main problem here. The other problem is there really isn't anybody that you can sub out that isn't being used in a different team for water, or doesn't serve a different purpose. Like we can't sub out Noise for anybody because you're not using Noise's burst. You would need to sub her out for like Rapunzel, and that doesn't really help at all because Rapunzel also isn't water. I actually don't know what Rapunzel is. Is she iron? I think she's iron, isn't she? Where is she? Yeah, she is iron. So you can't sub her out. You could sub in Mary and get rid of Noise, but if you get rid of Noise for Mary, you also have to get rid of Volume because both Mary and Volume's whole thing goes from using their burst skills, and they're both burst 1s. You could maybe take out Noise and put in Helm, but that would be really risky. You wouldn't have any passive healing outside of the burst mode, and so you would have Guillotine just like shredding her own health, and 2B potentially tanking all the attacks with no healing. And then Guillotine wouldn't be able to capitalize on her double burst damage because she wouldn't be bursting, you'd be bursting with Helm, or you wouldn't get 2B's burst. So the Enmity team really works because it works. It really works because it's really weird and wonky and uses specific parts of character kits that benefit from weird things. Like Mast is 2B's best buffer, not because she cares about the electric bonus damage. I don't think she gives bonus damage. I think it's just crit. Not because she actually cares about any of the buffs that Mast gives, but because Mast increases max HP by 66% at level 5, and 2B's whole thing is that her attack is increased based off of her max HP. So she just stacks HP and becomes super tanky and then just does tons of damage. We were to do some math real quick, and we're to put in how much health she has, basically, before buffs. Actually, I'll do the actual number. I am muted. I forgot. I'm using my numpad, and my numpad also controls all my keybinds. Oops. But if we were to just do what she gets out of her thing for existing, before she even gets any buffs from anybody, she gets 95,000 attack, which brings her attack up to 1.3 mil. 95,000? No, 130,000. Which is just insane that she gets 130,000 attack for existing. She starts with 45, she gets 95 more, and then it's like, okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. I think my... Can I order them by attack? I can't. I thought you could, or I guess you can't do that. But like... Alice, I think my highest attack character only has 75,000. 2B exists at the start of the battle, and she gets 130,000 attack. Almost double. And then her HP buffs every time she uses her burst, and Mast buffs her HP even more. I think she's getting a 110% increase to her health when on her third use of her burst with Mast burst. I think she's getting 110% increase to her health. So she's getting an additional 95,000 attack. So she's just casually like, ha ha ha. She makes up for it by having low multipliers, if I remember correctly. Actually, what is her multiplier like? Yeah, it's very low. Only 6% versus like Guillotine, who... Oh, that's actually not that bad. 5.7, but that's a machine gun versus an AR. What's... Do I have an attacker AR? I don't know if I really have any. Oh, Snow White. Snow White doesn't count, though. But, like, for example, Snow White's is 14.7, even though her main thing isn't her auto attacks. And Privity's is 13.65. So, oh, what's Scarlet? Scarlet would be a good example. Scarlet's is 27. Yeah, so... in comparison, 2B gets 6 instead. She gets 6%. So she gets a much lower scaling. But no, solo raid is going to be interesting. And, yeah. It'll be something. I love that every time I click off of the game, it mutes. There really isn't anything else for me to do. It's just daily stuff, and I don't really want to do that. Also, I got my final copy of, let's just replace this, of Guillotine, so she's max limit break, so I unlocked her skill cutscene. That's not as flashy as I thought it was going to be. I feel, in my personal opinion, just looking at that, where is Lone Survivor? There we go. That Guillotine and Maiden, I feel like, are two underutilized characters, at least in the story and how their powers work. They're part of Extrinsic, and they're like a cleaner squad. They're supposed to take down... They're specifically designed to kill other Nikke. Kind of like how K and D are part of Perilous Siege, which are an assassination squad, although they tend to deal with Arc citizens. Maiden has an ability where, using her voice, she can like say things and tell people to do things, and they like have to obey. Like, it forces their bodies, like when it's some sort of weird thing because they're all like weird robot android things, and she can just like hijack what they do, although some of them can break free of him. And then Guillotine's thing is, I think in her eye patch, she doesn't just have it because she's Chuny. I mean, she is also Chuny, but her eye and the eye patch has this ability that like blocks Nikke from like using abilities, and like using, like, it like locks them up or something. And then Maiden has like suggestion powers, like mind suggestion, and Guillotine has like, you can't do things now because of my magic eye. I just feel like they're kind of underutilized. They didn't really show up until like chapter 24, and then they showed up in a big way. One of these days, I'm just gonna go through and go through all of the story for, not all of the story, because there's too much. But one of these days, I think I'm going to do a stream where I just go through chapter 22, 23, and 24, Invasion, Prison, and Banishment, because, they're just so good. They are so good. It's such a good story. I think it's the best they've ever done so far. I think it's the best storyline they've done. The Invasion arc. They did kind of get away from the Modernia arc. That kind of got away. And the Eden, I didn't really like the Eden arc that much. But Invasion was just so good. It's so good. And the voice acting is pretty good too. But it's just so crazy. And I don't know. It feels, to me, it was just nicer than like the earlier chapters, which kind of just felt like they were introducing things. Like here's Stuin and Matisse, here's Wardress, here's Absolute, here's Unlimited, like here are the Pilgrims and the Tyrant Raptures, like here's Chatterbox and stuff like that. And then they were like, look at all this stuff. Look at all this stuff that's happening. And I don't want to talk about it because it's like a big spoiler. Do we have anything to use this on yet? Oh, I finished School of Lock too. I remember I skipped through the storyline. I'm gonna have to replay Bunny because I also skipped through Bunny. I just spammed all the story. Like I skipped all the story and didn't pay attention to what it was. But I redid School of Lock just to see what it was about because I knew that there was something that went on. And it was very sad. It was actually pretty tragic. Makes sense. Especially, is it going to show the title screen? Yeah, dun-dun-dun. Yeah, I mean, it also the entire time I was like, it's kind of like Danganronpa. The pink was giving me Danganronpa vibes. But yeah. Hello, official dead go. Oh, Gog T. I almost said Ghost T. But hopefully, I'm really hoping they add Red Ash. I assume that's the next thing they'll add. At some point, maybe? Because they've got Overzone in here, so maybe they'll add Red Ash. That was pretty good. Hopefully they add Mog back in eventually. The April Fool's Mog was pretty good, but I want full Mog. EH. Oh, good old EH. Elysian Harper. One of my favorite characters now. Even though she like she didn't do anything. She just kind of showed up and was like, oh look, here's this new character. That's fun. Am I sure you can't do anything? Can I really not do anything? Oh, I can do a mock battle. Oh, I can do a mock for 7. Cool, we'll do a mock battle for 7, and we'll see. Not that it really matters, because I'm not going to take any damage, because the difference between 7 and, like, the challenge mode is crazy. It's so insane. Like, you take no damage during 7, and then you play challenge mode, and you just get shredded. It always throws me off guard. Dorothy's reloading now. Oh yeah, Privity's actually taking damage. The real damage is gonna be when... that's still not a lot of cover damage. I can't wait. I can't wait for the actual battle, and the flame attack's gonna come, and my cover is gonna disintegrate, and then I'm just gonna have pain the entire time. I think maybe I should try to get an eye tracker. I think that'd be really fun. I think it'd be funny just because you'd realize how much nothing I look at on my screen, especially when playing Nikke. I like never look at the characters. There's so much damage? Oh yeah. It's a fun team. It's a fun team, for sure. But I think an eye tracker would be fun, because you'd realize just how much I stare at the center of my screen and don't look at anything else. Like, if I had it on right now, I'm just like... my eyes have kind of glazed over and I'm just staring right at the center where Dorothy's sword goes. Teach me to be like you. It's called looking at guides by people who know about more about this game than I do, and also just playing the game a lot and having a lot of resources or spending money. That's a valid strategy as well. I'm still sad that I did not do the anniversary thing where you could do a full summon to choose a Nikke of your choice, because I still don't have Tia. She's like the one Nikke I want for my teams, and she's the only one I don't have. It's like, cool, I've got a bunch of Blancs, I got a bunch of Noirs, I have a bunch of Nagas, I don't have a single Tia, and that makes me sad. But this will be fun. I can go over some different teams. I didn't realize I could do battles. This is just the norm. Oh, cool. Cool. Second phase. How much HP? Oh, still not a lot of HP. This is just the normal Summer Anise team. Dorothy's there because she's a burst 1 CDR that doesn't increase max ammo, which will help Anise. Alec is here to increase Dorothy's damage. I don't think she provides any buffs to anybody else. Anise provides buffs to other supporter types. They're electric, which only got his Red Hood. Well, isn't 1.5 Annie is coming up, so hopefully we'll get some Poggers one, the only good one I should say. Anybody can be good. Actually, no, I'm not. Well, anybody can be good. I want to look at some other teams though. Oh, I forgot. Wait, doesn't I thought Mock Battle set my characters to be the same level? Does it not? Does it not? I thought it did. Volume. Does it not? I don't think it does. I don't think it does. I think I'm gonna choose Amelia, and I think she's gonna be level 1. She is in fact level 1. Okay, we're not gonna do this. I can't test all my teams. There are a lot of... I think it all depends on units, you know? And at least for this, you've got some options. The only limiting factors I would say are the fact that we don't really have any good water units. Dorothy, Ludmilla, and Rem, and like maybe Amelia are really the only good ones. So that's kind of sad. And you need ideally one water unit just to deal with the QTE. But aside from that, the only other limiting factor is the fact that we only have 6 cooldown reduction units. Dorothy, Leader, Killer Wife, and Volume. And then for Burst 2s, Helm, and Summer Helm, and Dala. Luckily, Summer Helm's the only limited characters. There are 5 ones that are just in the standard pool, so those would be good for wishlist. And then, aside from that, barring limited units, I actually don't have that many teams that don't use limited units. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I think I only have 2 teams that don't use limited units. Because the Anise team uses Summer Anise. The 2B team uses 2B. Bunnies plus Red Hood doesn't use anything. And then the Ludmilla team uses Ludmilla. And this really copium sniper team. But these are like the only 2 teams I'd use that don't use limited units. And I don't even think I'm going to use the 2B team in this raid, because there's no place to put in a water character. But, yeah, I would just wishlist. Obviously, if you like ReZero, try to get your copies, like 1 copy or whatever of each character if you want them. But as everyone else says about starting the game, really just like go into your wish list, grab like D, Marciana, Masked, Guillotine, and like Maid Privity probably, or Helm, either one. And then Leader, Maxwell, Tia Naga, and Senti. probably would be the best one. Maybe Drake. Senti or Drake, but definitely Leader and then Tia and Naga. Oh, Eleg, potentially. But Tia, Naga, Leader, and Maxwell for sure. And then choose between Senti, Drake, or Eleg. And then for Tetra, Alice, Blanc. Where is she? Oh, up here. Noir. And then Volume. And probably Mast or Novel? Mast here? No, I meant Noise or Novel. Bunnies are always good, and then Alice is Alice. She's always good. And then just whoever you need. If you're gonna use the Anise team, if you ever get Summer Anise, Biscuit's definitely the way to go. Novel's a pretty good slot in. Not like amazing, but she can be used in any team. Leona's pretty much only used in Shotgun, and Shotgun isn't that good right now. Noise is always a good taunter if you're going to use Scarlet or Guillotine or 2B. I think I'm actually going to take Leona out of my wish list and put Sugar in. Is there anybody? I don't really care about Moran, so I'm not going to put her in. I'll see if I get her off of just a normal banner. But I'm kind of up in the air between whether I want to try and go for Milk or Rupee to get that last copy. I think I'm going to take Sugar, though. Even though I'm probably never going to use her. Yeah, but definitely just, like, standard banner all the way. Because it's actually the best way to get characters for the roster. Because you can just choose. But yeah. I might put... See, the problem is now, I might just wait until the actual challenge mode starts, because the mock battle and challenge mode sets all of your characters to level 400, and so I might do that before I put Amelia into Synchro. I'll just leave her at level 1 for now, because I only have one Synchro slot open. Not that I think I'm going to use it for anybody else. I don't think anybody else is going to be super useful. I don't know if Neon will do well. I don't think she will. But I don't think there's anybody else I want to... Oh, A2. If I end up using did I set this? Yeah, if I end up using this weird... Oh, it got reset. If I end up using this weird team, then I'll probably want A2 to be boosted. But if I use A2, then I'd also use Amelia. So I'd probably have to take somebody out. I only have one open slot, right? I could just... Oh, I have two. Nice. I could just open up more slots. I thought I put somebody in here. Oh no, I was going to put Rem in here, and then I realized I already had put Rem in Synchro. So I could put A2 and Amelia in here if we need to. I really just don't want to spend gems to open up new slots. It's just not fun. With that being said, though, if the Anise team could do it, I'm pretty sure all of my other teams can clear this 7. I'm not sure about solo raid. That's probably going to be a lot harder. But, you know Spanish? I don't know. I know the tiniest bit of Spanish. The smallest amount of Spanish that could be known. I will try this, though. This probably isn't going to go well, but I want to see how... I want to see. Level 7 probably isn't the best the best place to test this, but if I can't do this on level 7, I definitely... You have Rem? I do have Rem. I got Rem early, luckily off a 10-pull, and then I just decided since I had over 200 tickets, I was just gonna buy Amelia, and then save the rest of my gems for something else. Oh, you know what? I probably should have Scarlet in here, because Guillotine really isn't doing anything. Yeah, she really isn't doing anything in this team. I think Scarlet would still be better. I think Scarlet's damage would be better than Guillotine's, because Guillotine's not bursting. What? Oh no. Okay, what does this do? Oh, it's this attack. That's annoying. That's really annoying. Okay, I don't know why she wasn't hitting. So I know snipers are really finicky with QTE about how you really have to like hit the dot in the center. You don't have the same amount of like grace room or like margin of error. I said that really weird, margin of error, that you do with some of the other weapons. But I do not have high hopes for this team in the actual thing. I really don't. We're not going well. There we go. I think I was just canceling my shot too soon, so she wasn't actually firing. Yeah, no, I'm not confident in 2B. I don't know, actually. They haven't done any reruns. I play Windcraft? Yes, I do play Windcraft. Although play would be a strong way to describe it. I pretty much just log in, do my dailies, and log out. I don't know when, if they'll bring back the Nier collab. I don't know. We haven't gotten... We did get reruns of the Christmas banner, so I guess it's possible. Oh wow, she was reloading. RIP. But oh what? Oh, it's wait, is it time? Oh right, it's time based. Okay, yeah. It's phase 2 is time. I thought it was it always time based? Oh no, it was always time based. It wasn't damage based. Yeah, no, this team is not gonna work. This team is not going to work. Yeah, no, this team is not it. It is not going to work. I have no... Yeah, no. This team is not going to work. I should have the tag on? Oh, I do have the tag on. That's right. That's not a normal tag. I always forget. Thanks for reminding me about that. Okay, well, let's back out. Oops, that's not what the right button... That was the wrong button. I need to hit quit, not back. I need to hit quit. There we go. Okay, so, well, we've confirmed that we definitely cannot use this team because it can't beat level 7. It certainly won't be able to do well in the actual raid. So we're gonna have to come up with a new team. If we use a REM team... If we use a REM team, we could do something. I can't really test that with Emilio right now. A lot of people use the tag and not play Windcraft. Oh yeah, actually, funny you should mention that. I was actually watching Echo I think last week. She was playing Windcraft, and she was gonna choose... Oh, ad break, RIP. She was gonna choose somebody to raid, and there was somebody playing League with the Windcraft tag, and that was really funny. Yeah. Tomorrow there'll be Windcraft, though. Also, Dawn, I was gonna tell you, I'll just say this now into the ether, I'll tell you again on Discord. I cleared out your inventory again. I sorted through some things, I sold some stuff that you're never gonna use. And in doing a daily, because I was just like, I want to do this daily, I think I got you up to level 21. So you're 2 levels higher than you were. I didn't assign any of your stat points or your ability points. I decided that I was just going to let you deal with that. And I changed around a couple of pieces of your gear. The only thing now is I think you have negative lifesteal now, so you'll have to watch out for that while you're attacking. So this team isn't going to work at all. It's not happening. This isn't going to work. This isn't going to work just because there's no water character. Should we try to put in all the eggs in one basket and just run bunnies with Ludmilla? Let's try that. I mean, I'm pretty sure this is gonna work. I'd be shocked if it didn't, actually. I would actually be shocked if this didn't somehow work. I mean, there really isn't anything that can go wrong with this. Ludmilla's got like an infinite magazine. She basically never has to reload between all of the ammo refund that we get. So I can just hold down left mouse. I mean, yeah, look at how fast we're chewing through these. We have healing, we have shields, we have cover repair, we've got it all. I mean, I haven't reloaded a single time. I have not reloaded on Ludmilla a single time so far in this fight. We're gonna have to now, but man, we've gone... That wasn't actually that long, it was only 40 seconds. But we went 2 rotations without having to reload on her. You just hold down left mouse. Hold down left mouse button. Away she goes. Although, I did see a pretty cool thing where somebody did, Oh, I see what happened. Because it's time-based, well, not time-based, because it's health-based, we just beat Nihilister before we went into second phase. Okay, yeah, so that team definitely works. If I sub you out for Rem.
I'm inexperienced, but I'll do my best.
And then who should we put in here? Scarlet, maybe? Actually, no, Scarlet can't keep up, and I mean, not Scarlet. Rem can't keep up with, Scarlet's health drain unless you've got elemental advance. Oh, the game crashed. Well, I guess that's the end of that. The game said no. The game said no. Well, that's the end of this, I guess, because the game decided not to do that. So that's fun. But no, Rem can't keep up with Scarlet's HP drain unless you have it elemental advantage, if I remember correctly. So if we're gonna use Rem as our healer, we're gonna want to have... Actually, I don't know, because I still said I wanted to use Rem in the rocket launcher team. So we want to have D. We could put in Naga. Well, we could just not use Maxwell. We could not use Maxwell and then use Helm's Burst instead. If that's the case, though, I think I'd want to put Modernia in that team. Because if we're going to use Helm's Burst for healing, alongside... what I'm thinking of is running Naga or Marciana for healing. Probably Marciana for better healing. And because we don't have Tia, so Naga isn't going to be as effective. Also, I don't think there's a core on Nihilister to hit. So if we run D, and then D, Marciana, Alice, and then Helm. Since Helm's going to be bursting, our last slot should be a character who can do damage without needing to use their burst. And I think I'm going to choose Modernia for that one, probably. Maybe we'll see how that goes. I don't want to use Guillotine or Scarlet because even though they'll be able to heal up with Helm's burst, I'm worried about in between. They could get sniped in between then. Bringing Maxwell along isn't going to do anything if she's not using her burst because I have enough charge speed on Alice. I almost said Alex. On Alice, that when I enter full burst, she has 99 charge speed, which is effectively 100. So she gets basically frame 1 full charges, so I can just mash. I can't mash actually because that doesn't work, but I can just go. You can't. Yeah, no, you really can't hear it, but I can just repeatedly press my mouse in rhythm to just spam charge shots. Bringing Helm to deal with the QTE could work, and for healing alongside Marciana. Marciana is just there because she has HP potency and a HP absorption barrier, which should help a little bit with our cover disappearing. And then it also frees up Red Hood for a separate team because she's enough to carry on her own. I could probably slap her with like volume. I honestly I could probably run her with like Mary, Summer Mary, and then like Dala, Red Hood, and then like 2 flex slots probably. Man, not having Tia continues to be my Achilles heel in these raids. Just having her as just another cover supporter and just a complete duo. Because if I had Tia Naga, I would run D Tia Naga and then Alice and Helm. 2 burst 1s, a burst 2, and 2 burst 3s. And that would be perfect. I wouldn't have to worry about a 3rd burst 3. I'd get cover repair. I would get some of Naga's healing. And D would provide good buffs. Helm would get a little bit of mileage out of the buffs provided just because she's also a sniper rifle, but it'd really be like the Alice show. And then that would free up Marciana for a different team that I could probably run with Red Hood, which would bring us up to 4 teams if we were to do Summer Anise, Schoolgirls Alice, Bunny Girls Ludmilla, and then a Red Hood team. So we'd only need 1 more team after that. I really have no idea what that team is going to be. I guess theoretically, it could be Summer, Mary, Dala, and then Scarlet and Guillotine with Noise. It could be a version of the Electric team. Taking Summer Mary for the water type coverage and some of the healing along with Noise for healing, and then forgoing Mast and her buffs to take Dala for CDR. Or just dropping cooldown reduction entirely and still running Mast. I don't know if I want to do that though. Oh no, my 5th team is gonna be Rem. Right, my 5th team is gonna be Rem. It's gonna be the Rem team, presumably Amelia and A2. So then I would just have to worry about who I'm gonna put on the Red Hood team. Because if we have Leader and Leader and Dorothy are spoken for, Anise and Bunnies, and then we just ran. What team did we run? Oh, we were gonna run. I think I was gonna run Alice or something. But if we have Leader on Bunnies, and then Dorothy with Anise, then we run Volume with Rem, and then we can run D with Alice. That leaves us with running a B2 CDR with Red Hood. We have to because we've used all of our B1s. So that would mean either Dala or Summer Helm, and I'll probably use Dala just because even though they're both kind of bad, Dala at least has some value. Summer Helm really isn't going to do anything. She doesn't have good coverage, she doesn't have good buffs for this matchup, so Dalas are not that good either, but they're universal and they'll actually apply. So that'll be Red Hood and Dala, and then we've already presumably used Modernia. Probably Maxwell, unless we want another one. If we run Marciana, D Marciana, Alice, Helm, then we can run Red Hood Maxwell. So we'll have Mary, Dala, Red Hood, Maxwell, and then 1 flex slot. And I don't know who I'll put in that flex slot. It'll have to be for challenge mode. It'll have to be somebody I actually have leveled up. So, I could put in Vesti just to help cover with the QTE. The problem is Vesti is also a rocket launcher. The reason why I don't want to run Mary as the sole water type is because she's a sniper rifle, and that can be kind of finicky, especially if you're not piloting them. Although I probably won't be. I probably only want to pilot Maxwell. Honestly, just so her burst actually hits, because with Red Hood, you really can't see anything when you're bursting with Red Hood, because the way her recoil works, her scope is flying all over the screen, you can't see what you're aiming at, the beam is so large you can hardly see what you're targeting, so you're better off just in full burst using somebody else to aim as a laser pointer. And so I'll probably pilot Mary for that team, or Maxwell, and then switch to Maxwell when she's using her burst so the AI doesn't shoot it off into the stratosphere and not hit anything, because it loves to do that sometimes. I might be able to, if I turn off auto aim and just hold Mary's shots when the QTE's coming up, I might be able to do it. Then I could run an entirely different flex slot. I might put noise on that team. It might be weird running 2 healers, but we're already using Marciana, we're already using Bunnies, we're already using Biscuit. Biscuit has healing and some cover recovery. Leader and Bunnies have all they need and more. Marciana hopefully will be enough for Alice. And then we won't have any cover repair on the Rem team, but I'm hoping that Rem will just be enough. She'll be strong enough to just tank through it. And then that just leaves us with the Red Hood team, and I might just run 2 healers, because neither Mary nor Noise are amazing sustains, especially not, and we'll see how things go. It really ultimately comes down to how much cover Nihilister takes down. If the Fire Breath doesn't do a lot of cover damage, I think we'll be okay. And as long as we can destroy the turrets in a timely manner so we don't get hit by their attacks, there really isn't anything Nihilister can do to attack us in that first phase. It's pretty much just the boulders and the turrets, as long as you hit the QTEs. Second phase, the missiles are going to be annoying because they start off really far away and get closer to you, and there's a ton of them. Screen wipes are useful there. If whatever team I run Modernia on, I might turn off Auto Burst in phase 2, just so I can use Modernia's Burst that one time, because she clears away all the missiles really easily, because she has like Soldier 76's aimbot. But yeah, it'll all depend on how it actually goes, because I have no idea how much damage challenge mode is actually going to do. I know it's going to be significantly more than Stage 7, which we did the mock battles for. So since the Enmity team couldn't clear Stage 7 in one round, it definitely won't be good enough to use in challenge. Just as well, too, it seems like a really weird team to use. But I've not hit my next 2 hours for Twitch to say, ha, we're going to boost your stream according to the people who know how Twitch works. But I have hit a point where I'm just talking to a blank screen. So I will be posting the tier lists that we made today on Twitter. I have saved all of them. I have the initial Genshin one. I might remake it because it's not entirely. I might move some characters around. I have the initial joke one that we did. I have the initial AFK Journey one where I was just looking at their little mugshot things. And then I have the one based on their full bodies. And I will save the current Genshin one because I actually did change it a little bit. We moved some characters around, and I really just went all in and decided that there were a bunch more characters I was going to add to don't like. I feel bad for Ningguang. I really just like rocketed her down to don't care, don't know, don't care. But yeah. Hey. that's how it goes. And Tacti, I think, will be happy that I moved up Hu Tao, and also that I'm no longer using the letter rankings, because it was earlier. I think Hu Tao was just put in C rank, which I thought was funny, but I asked, and he didn't give me the full presentation about why Hu Tao deserved to be S rank. He did say because of the rap, and then later on I said, all right, Tacti, I'm redoing the tier list. Tell me why Hu Tao should be S rank or higher, and don't say because of the rap. I won't accept that. But I will see you all tomorrow. Around this time, actually around right now is when tomorrow's stream should start. Hopefully, third time's around. Hopefully all 4 of us will be there. I know I'll be there. And I'm pretty sure everyone else will be there as well. I'm hoping that everyone will be there. I'm also hoping that we have everyone there on time and that we've all caught up. I hope that Kawa has grinded off screen. If not, that's okay. But I am a little antsy to get to level 25 so we can do Recover the Past. Plus, if you remember, the last thing we did in the stream was Don and Kawa leaving and then Neo getting ready or being able to do Arachnid's Ascent. So we will be doing that hopefully to start off the stream, unlock Arachnid's Ascent. We actually have the Nemract like grave dungeon thing, the underworld crypt, I think is what it's called, raid that we can do as well, because that unlocks at level 21. Although I think only me and Dawn are at level 21. I'm pretty sure Ryo's still 9. Actually, he might be 21 too. He might be 22 actually. But we'll do that, and then I want to go back and clear out some old quests. We have things like elemental exercise, not elemental exercise. We have stuff like Maltic's Well and some other things like that that I want to go back just to clear out all of the quests. Yeah, I'm very excited to continue playing. I'm deciding to go for Summoner, so I've decided not to go Acolyte. I was just looking at Blood Pool and like the only way we'll have any healing. And so I decided not to do that. I'm going to pivot and just go full Summoner for my Olympic build. And it'll be fun because I won't get healing until like probably like level 40 or something like that, because it's a lot of skill points to get to the regeneration node, and that's when I'll finally be able to heal people. So that'll be fun. Yeah. It'll be great. We'll have 2 assassins, or actually we'll have 2 mages, an assassin, and a shaman. I'm hoping that Kawa goes for... I know he wants to do spells, and I know Ryo wants to do spells, because the spells are fun. I'm really hoping that Kawa chooses to go Riftbender instead of Arcanist, because I feel like we kind of need a healer. And having an assassin, 2 Arcanists, and then a summoner is not the most amazing. Especially not when they unlock... I think they unlock Arcane Transfer sooner than I unlock Regeneration. So if they both take Arcane Transfer, it'll be very interesting. We'll have a melee character, 3 ranged characters, and nobody with healing spells. So it should be fun. It should go great. I am going to go... Actually, I was going to say I'm going to go pester Dawn on Discord about this stuff, but I actually really don't have anything to pester Dawn about. It's just, hey, I cleaned up your inventory again. Also, you're 2 levels higher. So, yeah, that's the end of the stream. Thank you all for watching. We did not get to the fabled 6th hour when Twitch supposedly boosts your stream yet again, but we did get to the fabled 4th hour somehow. I'm still amazed that I was able to get to 4 hours doing this. This was like a 45-minute stream maximum. So the fact that we got to 5 hours and 20 minutes is very impressive. I had my very brief spice tier list for Kuro. I found a nice Destiny Child tier list where I got to go through and decide how much I remembered about the game. And I got to have fun with Tacti when I put Hu Tao in C tier. Yes. So, with that all in mind, thank you all for watching. I will be live, hopefully earlier, a little bit earlier. Hopefully, unlike last time, I'm not just going to suddenly start the stream because we're like 15 minutes late and I haven't done anything. Hopefully that doesn't happen tomorrow, like last time. Hopefully also this time I'm not muted for like half the stream. I'm going to hopefully make sure that all my audio is all good. So, yeah. Thank you all for watching. Tomorrow, I will hopefully be live with everyone else for some more Windcraft. We will do some things. I'm excited. We're slowly getting to the point where we can start branching into... Well, actually, we're not that close, but we're slowly getting to the point where we can get into, like, Gavel and some of the lower parts of, like, Nesix and Trom, and I think that's really fun. We do have a bunch of stuff in Almouge starting, and we're getting to the point where we're getting closer to our first, like, long storyline quests. Wind Excavation A, I believe, starts around level 40. Maybe, like, high level 30s in the Almouge Desert. So that should be fun. And, of course, I personally cannot wait until we get to the Realm of Light. I really like the Realm of Light. I really like Laurie. She's one of my favorite characters. I think she's written very interestingly. I don't think she's written interesting. I think that she's, unlike a lot of the characters in the game, she actually is a character. She actually is written. And that's just because you interact with her for so long. A lot of the other characters are just kind of there, I guess. But Laurie has like a whole thing. She's a real character with a personality and all sorts of other things. And she might be a little generic, but that's okay. I like her. And I'm not happy about what happened at the end of Realm of Light 5. I'm not. I'm going to choose to believe that I'm wrong about what happened and that it didn't really happen. So anyway, we'll find out what that means eventually, hopefully. And even if we decide not to do more collabs, I will continue to play on the Shaman. And even if we reach a point where it just gets too hard to schedule the collabs, I'll just keep streaming my progression on that character because I want to play the game again. So thank you all for watching. I will see you all tomorrow. Goodbye. See, if you stuck around, you'd notice that you'd get to hear the famous neon sneeze. A nice sneeze. I'm gonna slowly shut everything down. And if you go back to the beginning of the stream, you'll hear me sing Bug and switch keys about 27 times. How does this work? Is a voice mod OBS thing? I understand, yeah, it's like use voice mod with OBS. Yeah, I understand how to use voice mod with OBS. I'm currently using it right now. Thank you, though. Anyway, why did I get a notification? Oh, I'm gonna post the tier lists with no context. Well, actually with some context. And I will see you all soon. Bye.